Chapter 341. Lu Yin's expression changed. This attack had been launched while he was attacking Bezer, and it was extremely fast. Lu Yin could not dodge it, but he did not need to either. As the flames approached him, he raised his hand and quickly flipped his right hand. The flames disappeared inch by inch until they were completely gone. Countless people were stunned. What kind of battle technique was that? Puyu's eyes were filled with fear. This was a lock-breaking technique. How could this person's lock-breaking ability be so strong? Mira was shocked as well, as she had not expected Lu Yin's lock-breaking ability to be so powerful. Even when Xianxia was astonished. He had come into contact with many genius lock-breakers, but Lu Yin had only recently become a lock-breaker, and yet he was able to neutralize his opponent's battle technique in battle. This kind of lock-breaking talent was quite high. Yan Feng was still too far away from Lu Yin's level. Even though he was a genius from Fire's Melt planet and had cultivated to the point where he could barely reach the top 100 rankings, Lu Yin's current strength had already reached the top 100 rankings. According to Lan Si, 30 stacks was enough to defeat someone at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. The strengthening fruit had strengthened Lu Yin multiple times, and he did not believe that anyone in the Limiter realm could be his match, including the 10 arbiters. With a bang, Yan Feng's long sword was shattered by Lu Yin, and his right shoulder was struck by a palm. Yan Feng was sent flying just like Bezer. Whether it was in front of a screen or in San Dios, everyone was stunned. Lu Yin, a Limiter, had not only challenged someone who was a realm breaker, but he had also defeated 2 genius explorers. This scene was almost impossible in the Outerverse, but it had actually happened. The difference between the Innerverse and Outerverse was obvious, but even in the Innerverse, Lu Yin's battle results were still shocking. In the distance, Jenny Anna trembled as she looked at Lu Yin in fear. Why was this happening? Today was supposed to be the happiest day of her life and she could have been very happy, but that person had appeared to ruin her happiness. No, she could not let him ruin it. Jenny Anna leapt up and suddenly attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes were cold. This woman had gone crazy. He flicked his finger and a blast of energy nailed Jenny Anna to the wall. This wedding is not recognized by the Anna family. Cancel it immediately. Jenny Anna's face went pale. Lu Yin, this is my own business. What right do you have to cancel my wedding? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he activated his gadget, and Xianxia Anna's certificate appeared on his screen. Your father, family head Xianxia Anna, has asked me to take you back. Without the Anna family's approval, you cannot make your own decisions. Bye. Bye. Yan Feng and Bezer simultaneously attacked Lu Yin with all their might. Lu Yin turned around, raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. He then released it, causing a powerful force to distort the void. He raised his head and faced San Dios and the countless people in front of their screens. He displayed a terrifying strength. 30 stacks, 40-fold shockwave palm. Everyone in the universe who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb. 30 stacks. Most people had no idea how powerful it was. Only a few knew, such as Wen Sanxi. He immediately stood up in shock. Many experts had been called 10 arbiters candidates, such as Lu Xiaoqiu, Night Queen Yanqing with her Night King's body, Zhanlong Day Night, and so on. However, there were only a few people who had been recognized by the 10 arbiters as possessing power comparable to their peers, such as Yi Xingchen from the Cosmic Sea. Those people were the true 10 arbiters candidates. And even Lu Xiaoqiu was slightly inferior. Lu Yin had once been at this level as well. Being called a 10 arbiters candidate was more of a praise and encouragement than an acknowledgement. However, when he displayed 30 stacks, his status underwent a complete transformation. He was now comparable to Lan Si's achievements, and he truly possessed the power to rival the 10 arbiters. He was now a true 10 arbiters candidate, and he was one of the few people who had ever been recognized. 30 stacks was terrifying, and Yan Feng and Bezer quickly experienced it for themselves. It was an indescribably overwhelming strength, and Bezer had experienced it before from a powerhouse on the top 100 rankings. Lu Yin's current strength was completely comparable to that powerhouse's. A single palm strike had defeated Yan Feng and Bezer, heavily injuring them as they crashed to the ground. Countless people were still in a daze. Lu Yin was only a Limiter, but he had defeated the combined forces of 2 elite explorers. Many people felt that this was a fantasy, especially those from the Outerverse. They could not imagine how a Limiter could possess such strength. In the distance, many people from the Innerverse powers exchanged glances. At this moment, Lu Yin gave them the feeling that he was an unequaled limiter. These words had only been used by one person before, and that person was known as the unequaled limiter under the heavens. His name was Mu Rong. In San Dios, such a thing rarely happened and no one dared to make a move here. Lu Yin was the first to do so. Puyu finally could not take it anymore and he fearfully glanced at Mira before walking out. "You're Lu Yin, right?" Lu Yin turned around and looked at Puyu. "You're Puyu." Puyu's eyes flashed coldly. "This is Yan Feng's wedding." "The wedding is invalid," Lu Yin answered bluntly. Puyu's gaze turned cold. "This wedding was approved by San Dios." Lu Yin laughed and raised his head to look at Puyu. "You think you can represent San Dios? What did you say?" Puyu was enraged. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Regardless of his status, he was ranked 13th on the top 100 rankings, and he could easily crush many people. Lu Yin sneered. This person had long been his enemy and they were like fire and water, so there was no need for him to be apprehensive. He glanced around and did not see anyone from the Neo-Human Alliance that he had met in Umbral Butterfly Weave. He frowned. Had he been discovered? That was not good, as this person was a thorn in Puyu's side. "Puyu, you're a counselor, not someone's family elder. You don't have to worry about the wedding." Mira walked out and stood in front of Lu Yin as she teased Puyu. Puyu's eyes narrowed. Only the younger generation was allowed to enter San Dios, and aside from him, no one else present was Lu Yin's opponent. Yan Feng and Bezer had been defeated and Puyu was being held back by Mira. His plan to create a killing intent for this wedding had already failed, and when Xianxia was also keeping an eye on this place. "I just can't stand by and watch you ruin the wedding of two lovers." "Lu Yin, is this what the Astral Combat Academy taught you?" Puyu reprimanded loudly. Lu Yin frowned. "Are you blind? Can't you see the certificate?" Puyu was enraged again as this Lu Yin was completely disregarding him. Fine. You're a member of the Council of Astral Academy, and you also represent the 10 Arbiters. What you're doing is smearing the 10 Arbiters' reputation. Puyu can't do anything about it. Someone will do something about it in the future." He then glanced at Bezer, who was lying on the ground in a sorry state. Jenny Anna was still pinned to the wall by the energy and was unable to break free. She looked on in despair as well as the heavily injured Yan Feng. Today was a day of great joy and sorrow for her. Lu Yin looked around at everyone. "Those who are not under Counselor Wendy Yushan, please leave. From today onwards, I, Lu Yin, will temporarily represent Counselor Wendy in the Outerverse Youth Council. Is there anyone who disagrees?" Bezer and Yan Feng weren't the only counselors under Wendy Yushan. There were 5 other counselors who were all explorers. Although they were older, they could still be considered part of the younger generation. They all looked at Lu Yin in confusion. They didn't know what to choose. Before Lu Yin had arrived, they had already discussed that they would ignore this young man, but they wouldn't go overboard. This was also why they hadn't joined forces with Bezer and Yan Feng to deal with Lu Yin. They didn't want to offend this person, but they were also unwilling to immediately submit. Mira stepped forward at the right time. "By Arbiter Wen's orders, Lu Yin will temporarily replace Wendy Yushan. Are there any objections?" "Greetings, Counselor Lu." The 5 explorers bowed at the same time. Lu Yin nodded and smiled. Fortunately, he had increased his strength greatly. Otherwise, he would have been suppressed by Yan Feng and Bezer when he had first come to San Dios from the Great Yu Empire. None of these people would have submitted to him, but things were different now. He had single-handedly defeated Yan Feng and Bezer, and his strength surpassed everyone else's. In all of San Dios, aside from Puyu and the other 3 counselors, no one was his opponent. This was the most important reason why he had been able to replace Wendy Yushan. No matter what, strength was always the most important thing. This wedding should have been a plot by many powers to kill Lu Yin, but he had resolved it all with his absolute strength without relying on anyone else. This scene had spread to many powers and Lu Yin's name had spread even further. During the Astral Combat Tournament, he had only been an expert in the Astral Combat Academy, and the Tournament of the Strongest had made him a top expert in the universe. However, this battle had completely pushed Lu Yin to the top of the list of 10 Arbiters candidates. He was now a true 10 Arbiters candidate, and he was now qualified to be called an unequaled limiter. The Lamita realm didn't just include the younger generation. Many of the older generation's experts were also Lamiters. Among them, there were also extremely talented individuals who had been unable to break through to the Explorer realm, but there were also freakish geniuses among them. Even Lu Yin, who had become the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest, did not have the qualifications to be called an unequaled Lamiter, and he would not be recognized by others. Now he had gained recognition because he had tied the record set by the 10 arbiters. The 10 arbiters were synonymous with invincibility, and anyone who could match the 10 arbiters was invincible. Congratulations, Representative Lu. Mira beamed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled back. If you hadn't helped me block Puyu, then I would have been in danger today. Mira smiled. You should thank Arbiter Wen. I wouldn't have helped you. She then left with a fragrant gust of wind. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Arbiter Wen? Seemed like he wanted to rope Lu Yin in. He would have to choose one of the 10 arbiters, but who would he choose? Right now Lan Si and Wen Sansi were on his good side, while his enemy was Night King Jinwu. What a headache. Chapter 342. Jenny Anna was taken away by Lu Yin's men, and she would be sent back to Xenu Star in 2 days. Her future was already set, and she would be locked up in the Anna family like a canary. Lu Yin would never marry her and she would never marry anyone else. Beizer's crimes were irrefutable, and Lu Yin arranged for someone to imprison him. As for Yen Feng, although Lu Yin really wanted to deal with him, he had not committed any crimes. He just had a different standpoint. Lu Yin had no choice but to arrange for someone to treat him and deal with him later. There were still quite a few people from Fire's Melt planet in San Dios, and they were all locked up together. Lu Yin saw a familiar face among them. Yen Gang, who had crossed paths with him during Earth's trial. Lu Yin remembered that Yen Gang was Yen Feng's servant, and they had a very good relationship. However, Yen Gang did not even have the qualifications to participate in the battle as he was only a melder. Yen Gang sensed Lu Yin's gaze and lowered his head, afraid that Lu Yin would attack him. Lu Yin did not mind as such a person was not worth his attention. On the other side, Mira returned to Wen Sansi's side. Arbiter Wen. Wen Sansi smiled. The acting is not bad and the person is even better. Mira looked up with a serious expression. Arbiter Wen. Lu Yin can actually use 30 stacks. In the entire Innerverse, there are only 2 Lamiters who can compare to him. Wen Sansi nodded. That's right. He's a true unequaled Lamiter and a true 10 arbiters candidate. How interesting. Then he suddenly said, Mira, send Mu Rong's information to Lu Yin. Mira did not understand. Wen Sansi's eyes lit up as he was looking forward to the battle between the two. Once Mu Rong was defeated, he was curious to see if the person behind Mu Rong would be able to hold back. As a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, Wendy Yushan was in charge of 4 weaves. Frostwave Weave, Grand Top Weave, Lars Weave and Wuri Weave. The 4 weaves were connected, and the younger generation was under the Outerverse Youth Council's jurisdiction. The 10 Arbiters Council's network was linked together, and Lu Yin could directly access the Outerverse network that Wendy Yushan was in charge of. At this moment, aside from the Innerverse Northline flow zone, he also had to pay attention to these 4 weaves. Each weave was incredibly large and there were 4 weaves in total. The total size of the 4 weaves was enough to make a normal person's brain explode. Furthermore, each weave had countless academies and there were countless trials, assessments and so on every day. This series of matters gave Lu Yin a headache. He was not suited to be in charge of such matters, so he decided to leave them be for the time being, just like he had with Northline Flow Zone. What Lu Yin wanted was a title and the ability to disperse Puyu's authority. For now he didn't care about anything else. Casually browsing through the internet, he suddenly came across a strange message about a trial. The young tribesmen of Darkstar Gorge will be heading to Wuri Weave to participate in a trial in 10 days. The information itself was nothing special, but the name Darkstar Gorge reminded him of Puyu, who had been born in Darkstar Gorge. He hurriedly turned on the internet to check Bushtree Planet. The more he read, the more excited he became. Bushtree Planet was a strange planet. All of its water resources were hidden underground, and the ground was covered in countless plants. There were no animals, only plants. Some of these plants were aggressive while others were rare natural treasures. Generally speaking, It was impossible for a planet with all sorts of natural treasures to go unnoticed. Unfortunately, the natural treasures that were born on this planet did not live for more than 10 years. They only had a lifespan of 10 years, and after 10 years they would gradually wither away. Many scholars had tried to find the reason for this, but they had all failed. With a lifespan of only 10 years, even the best natural treasures would be useless. Because of this, Bushtree Planet was gradually abandoned and turned into a training ground. Natural treasures with a lifespan of 10 years were useless to powerful cultivators, but they were still useful to sentinels and even melders. In particular, natural treasures that had long since gone extinct would occasionally appear on this planet. If one was lucky, they could even change one's physique. This was why many powers in the Wuri we've wanted to train on Bushtree Planet, but Puyu had always controlled it. Lu Yin was speechless when he realized that even when Wendy Yushan was around, Bushtree Planet had been a training ground for Darkstar Gorge. There were only two reasons for this. Either Puyu had complete control over Wendy Yushan, or Wendy Yushan did not care and did not compete with Puyu. Otherwise, this planet would have long since become a training ground for the Great Yu Empire. It was no wonder that Wendy Yushan could not even find out that he was a lock breaker. This woman's mind was probably filled with nothing but cultivation. It was not unreasonable for Bezer to side with Puyu. Lu Yin decisively deleted this training ground, which meant that from now on Bushtree Planet no longer belonged to Darkstar Gorge. Lu Yin could give it to whoever he wanted. More importantly, this planet was something that he valued. Others could only obtain natural treasures with a lifespan of 10 years. But as long as he had the money, he could obtain natural treasures with a lifespan of 100,000 years. This planet was perfect for him. A day later, Lu Yin received a notification from Mira while he was looking at Bushtree Planet's introduction. Lu Yin opened it and looked at it only to be surprised. What did Mira mean by this? Why was she telling him this person's information? There were many geniuses in the universe who were called 10 Arbiters candidates, but most of them were just praises. For example, Lu Yin had been called a 10 Arbiters candidate when he had grasped 5-line battle force. Back then his strength had only been about the same as Han Chong and the others, and he had not been Tian Ho's opponent at all. However, among these 10 Arbiters candidates, there were a few who were truly recognized. Mira told Lu Yin about one of them, Mu Rong, a genius who had been accepted by the 10 Arbiters Council since he was young and possessed a powerful innate gift. Among the younger generation of the 10 Arbiters Council who were below the Explorer realm, this person was undoubtedly the strongest, and he had even been praised by one of the 10 Arbiters as the unequaled limiter in the universe. The Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest had caused Lu Yin's name to spread throughout the universe, which was his glory. Although most people did not know of Mu Rong's name, it was like thunder to the ears of the top echelons of society. This person had never been defeated by anyone of the same generation. Every once in a while, there would be a few geniuses who did not fit in with the current generation, and Mu Rong was one of them. Lu Yin had not been qualified to know of Mu Rong's name before, and even after he had won the Tournament of the Strongest, many people still felt that he was not Mu Rong's opponent. However, after using 30 stacks, Lu Yin was qualified because he had tied Arbiter Land's record. He had become a true 10 Arbiters candidate. Lu Yin exhaled. Was Mu Rong really his enemy? Of the true 10 Arbiters candidates, there was Mu Rong and Yi Xingchen from the Cosmic Sea. Who else was there? Lu Yin had already stepped into this realm, surpassing Lu Xiaoqiu, and officially entered the eyes of the 10 Arbiters. Lu Yin was glad that he had increased his strength before coming here. The difference between him and 30 stacks was like the difference between heaven and earth. Representative Lu, Miss Jenny begs to see you, a maid respectfully said from behind Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. I won't see her. Miss Jenny said that if you don't see her she'll commit suicide, the maid said awkwardly. Lu Yin snorted and thought about it. Lead the way. Although he did not care about Jenny Anna, if this woman died because of him the Anna family would be in trouble. It was not worth it for him to be affected by a woman he did not care about. Jenny Anna leaned against the wall with an ashen face. When she saw Lu Yin, a bone-deep hatred flashed through her eyes, but it quickly disappeared and was replaced by a pleading look. Please let me go. He stared at her coldly. Do you know that because of you I was almost consigned to eternal damnation? Jenny Anna shook her head. I don't understand. I just want to marry the person I love. Is that wrong? Lu Yin's heart trembled and he fell silent. He looked at Jenny Anna's sorrowful expression and his eyes flickered. Yes, she just wanted to marry the person she loved. Was that wrong? The one at fault was someone else and it had nothing to do with her. She had never admitted to anything and she had only passively accepted her family's arrangements. She was just a pitiful woman. All of Lu Yin's dissatisfaction with Jenny Anna immediately disappeared. She had not done anything wrong, and as a woman wanting to marry the person she loved was not wrong. Unfortunately, she had been born into the wrong family. You didn't do anything wrong, but you loved the wrong person. Lu Yin's tone softened. Jenny Anna closed her eyes. Fire's Melt Planet is not an enemy of the Great Yu Empire. I like Yanfeng, so what's wrong with that? The only mistake is that my family betrothed me to you. Lu Yin, do you really like me? You've never liked me and I can feel that the ring doesn't represent love. It's just a promise to the Anna family. In your eyes, I'm just a tool for marriage. Lu Yin did not respond. Jenny Anna was wrong. She was not even a tool for marriage. He had never wanted to marry this woman from the very beginning. Seventh bro, you've ruined a woman's happiness, the monkey shrieked. Father never cared about what I thought and he only wanted to marry me off to you. How could he not know that you never cared about me? But he didn't care. He just wanted to marry you, that's all. I wanted to escape, I wanted to leave that cage. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with me marrying the person I love? I don't want to hurt anyone. Jenny Anna cried herself hoarse as she looked at Lu Yin in despair. Lu Yin didn't look at her as he couldn't refute her words. She was right. She only needed to be responsible for herself and marry Yanfeng. As for the harm she would bring to him, that wasn't within her scope of consideration. Lu Yin sighed. Yanfeng has never liked you. Jenny Anna's tears dripped onto the ground and she squatted down. I know that he doesn't want to marry me, but I don't care. I just want to marry him and leave that cage even if it costs me my life. Lu Yin did not know what to say. Men and women had different ways of thinking. One was rational while the other was emotional and the other was conflicted. He could not fulfill her wish. Go back. If possible, I'll ask Xianxia Anna to arrange a better home for you. You can live an ordinary life as a normal woman. Jenny Anna hugged her head and wept silently. Lu Yin turned to leave. Wait, Jenny Anna looked up at Lu Yin's back and whispered, I don't want to hurt you. Lu Yin did not look back and simply left. Chapter 343. At this point there was no point in saying anything. The only thing he could do was try to give Jenny a good ending. She hadn't done anything wrong, but it was her family that had made a mistake. For a woman, marrying the one she loved was the only thing that mattered. Lu Yin thought of Ming Yan. What if she couldn't marry him one day because of her position? His chest tightened at the thought, but he would not let that happen. Ming Yan had to belong to him and no one could object to that. He was in a bad mood, so he went to Bazer's prison to find someone to vent his frustrations on. After a day of treatment, Bazer's injuries had healed, and he had regained consciousness. When he saw Lu Yin enter, he glared at him. Lu Yin, I regret not killing you back then. Lu Yin casually shot out a beam of energy that pierced through Bazer's shoulder. Fresh blood flowed down his shoulder and dyed his clothes red. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Are you trying to force me to kill you? Bazer sneered and endured the pain as he snarled. Kill me? Do you dare? Your so-called evidence is all fake. Lord Puyu has already sent people to the Great Yu Empire to gather information, and your lies will soon be exposed. Do you dare kill me? Lord Puyu won't let you off. Lu Yin rubbed his forehead. You're really stupid. He then placed a hand on Bazer's shoulder. Tell me, if I add more force to your injuries yesterday, will it make it look like you died? Bazer's eyes narrowed. Don't think that you can do whatever you want. You're just a counselor in name and everyone else listens to Lord Puyu. My injuries have already been reported. If you dare to do anything, you'll definitely be discovered. Lu Yin nodded. You're right. However, it shouldn't be a problem to aggravate your injuries. For example, I could completely destroy your meridians. Bazer's expression changed and he glared at Lu Yin without saying a word. Lu Yin looked at Bazer for a while, then shook his head and laughed. Actually, I'm quite grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been so motivated to cultivate. Look, this is the difference between innate gifts. I surpassed you in less than 3 years, but you've cultivated for decades and even have the innate gift of life. So what? You still lost miserably. What do you want? Bezer asked in a low voice. Lu Yin looked at Bezer. He didn't want to do anything to Bezer, and he just wanted to get some revenge. After all, the grudge that Lu Yin had caused back then had not been light. However, just as Bezer had said, Lu Yin could not hide the truth from the masses. Puyu was watching, and perhaps Puyu was hoping that Lu Yin would do something to Bezer so that Puyu would report Lu Yin to the 10 Arbiters Council and kick Lu Yin out of the picture. Nothing much. You can stay here until the evidence is proven. Lu Yin turned to leave. Bezer heaved a sigh of relief and glared at Lu Yin. One day he would kill him. After leaving the prison, Lu Yin looked up at the sky. He didn't feel the thrill of revenge, as this sort of person no longer piqued his interest. It was no wonder why so many people didn't want to delay their revenge. Too much time had passed and the hatred had already faded away. I thought that you were going to kill Bezer, a cold voice said, causing Lu Yin's hair to stand on end. He abruptly turned around and stared at the person leaning against the wall. It was Puyu. Why are you here? He asked warily. Puyu looked at Lu Yin with a cold glint in his eyes. Why did you cancel Darkstar Gorge's trial on Bushtree Planet? Bushtree Planet is located in the Wuri Weave, and it's under my jurisdiction. I don't need you to tell me what to do, Lu Yin replied coldly. Puyu stared at Lu Yin. You're testing my patience. Lu Yin did not back down. You're also testing the patience of the 10 arbiters. Puyu's expression changed and he looked into the distance. Before he left, he said, don't walk too fast. It's easy to fall to your death. It's easy to be trampled to death if you walk too slowly, Lu Yin replied. He definitely would not give up Bushtree Planet to Puyu. That planet was very important to him and he had to find some time to visit it. In the Innerverse there was a place called Kuan's Swamp. Those who entered Kuan's Swamp would be trapped in a place that was known as the deepest prison in the entire universe. Shui Chuanxiao had been imprisoned in Kuan's Swamp and served a sentence of 10,000 years. Outside Kuan's Swamp, Night King Zhenwu personally escorted Shui Chuanxiao in, his eyes filled with melancholy and indescribable sorrow. A famous general of his generation, yet he was unable to expand the human race's territory. Instead, he was imprisoned in this Kuan's Swamp that never sees the light of day. How sad. A man walked out from behind Night King Zhenwu and slowly bowed. He asked for it. He betrayed humanity and no one can save him. Night King Zhenwu looked at his gadget and his gaze turned cold. He muttered to himself for a moment before looking at the man behind him. You were born on Earth as well. Are you confident that you can deal with Lu Yin? The man was Lu Xiaoge, and at this moment he was following Night King Zhenwu. I'm confident. Night King Zhenwu's lips curled up. You have quite a grudge with him. I hope that he won't play you to death. Lu Xiaoge looked up and his eyes lit up. I will definitely win. Night King Zhenwu nodded. Prepare yourself. I will fuse my power with yours, allowing you to temporarily wield my strength. It should be enough to rival an expert at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. It should be enough to deal with Lu Yin. Yes, Lu Xiaoge answered and a strange light flashed through his eyes. Over the next 2 days, Lu Yin strolled around San Dios and gained a better understanding of the Prairie Flame continent. This continent was vast and it had given birth to many experts in the past. However, ever since the Outerverse Youth Council's headquarters had been established here, the entire continent had been enslaved. The experts who had resisted had all been slaughtered, and the remaining people could only revere San Dios as if they were a god. This continent was like San Dios's gatekeeper. In San Dios there were no restrictions on the arched door and anyone could request an audience. However, only the younger generation could enter through the arched door. This was also the reason why no experts from Fire's Melt Planet had appeared at Yanfeng's wedding. San Dios guaranteed the status of the younger generation and there were no restrictions. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the 10 Arbiters Council was so popular in the universe. All of the youths were united and they had fought for a certain status in the universe. This gave them a stable ladder to climb up. Currently, there were only 5 members of the Outerverse Youth Council. East San Dios was represented by Puyu and Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan was not suited to be in power. No matter how lazy Lu Yin was, he would still have gone through all the information that needed to be reviewed. However, Wendy Yushan had given almost all of the authority to Beizer, which was equivalent to handing it over to Puyu. He was a stupid woman. That was Lu Yin's evaluation of her. 7th bro, you've been looking at this information for 2 days. Didn't you say that you didn't want to care about it? The monkey asked. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. I can't not care about it. Who knows what Puyu did to the 4 weaves? You should find someone to take care of it, the monkey said. Lu Yin agreed as he was not suited for such matters. But who could he find to take care of it? That person had to be absolutely trustworthy, and Lu Yin had no one he could use. Suddenly, Lu Yin remembered the group of people who had entered the Xinwu continent with him. Why hadn't he seen any of them? Lu Yin immediately went to find one of his subordinates. Barley appeared in front of Lu Yin, an explorer with a power level of 23,000. He had been born in Grand Top Weave and had once been one of Wendy Yushan's subordinates. Were you looking for me, Representative Lu? Barley asked respectfully. Lu Yin grunted. There should have been people who passed the Outerverse trial, right? Why haven't I seen any of them? Barley replied, they're just here in name. Most Innerverse disciples participate in the trial to prove themselves and gain the attention of the 10 arbiters. Very few actually come to San Dios. Of course there are some who do, but they've all been taken away by Counselor Puyu or gone to West San Dios. So you're saying that I don't have anyone here? Lu Yin raised his brows. Barley bitterly replied, yes. Counselor Wendy Yushan went missing, and the trial takers who want to join San Dios won't choose this place. Lu Yin felt helpless. Those who could pass the trial were not simple people, and almost all of them had powerful backgrounds. If he could deal with these people properly, they would be able to do a lot of things for him. Puyu had acted quite quickly. Right, you mentioned a name. Who's under our name? Lu Yin asked as he stared at Barley. Barley was bewildered. Generally speaking, those in name were not required to come to San Dios, as this was an unspoken rule. Even Puyu had not looked at the list as no one could force those people. None of them had weak backgrounds. However, since Lu Yin wanted to take a look, Barley did not refuse and pulled out a list of names. Lu Yin looked at the list and his eyes lit up. This was interesting. He recognized Yu Xianzi Zhuang Xiaohua and a few others. There was also someone called Hui Chuan from the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone's Divine Grade Hull, just like egotistical Wang. There was also someone called Jenkin from the Blaze Realm, Taishan Day Knight, and so on. There were 3 or 4 people from the Day Knight clan. They're all in name? Lu Yin was astonished. Barley hurriedly replied, yes, they're all in name. They're all people who passed the trial but didn't come. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Name a name. The powers behind these people were not to be trifled with. Even Puyu had not interfered with their affairs, so what could Lu Yin do? Is there anyone else? Lu Yin asked. Barley pulled out another list. These are the trial takers under Counselor Puyu's name. Lu Yin took a look. Who's this Wen Qianer? She's from the erudite Flow Zone's Wen family. Apparently she's Arbiter Wen's cousin, Barley replied. Lu Yin was shocked and he continued reading. Yan Hua was from the Sword Sect. Lu Zhona was from the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone's first-class hall and Ah Fan. They were all students from the Northline Flow Zone's Shanggu Academy. After a while, Lu Yin looked away as he realized that these people in name were the ones with true value. The 10 Arbiters Council was able to run amok in the universe not only because of the 10 Arbiters' terrifying power, but also because of the support of these youths with powerful backgrounds. Moving against the 10 Arbiters Council was the same as moving against the interests of countless people, and the powers behind these youths would not just stand by and watch. Lu Yin increasingly felt that the 10 Arbiters Council was another platform for the power struggle of the universe. Here one could gain much more than one could imagine. These people in name were all in name so that they could fight for power within the 10 Arbiters Council in the future. They were quite far-sighted, and this showed just how important the council was. Chapter 344. Representative Lu. There are actually many nominals. There was already a youth council before the 10 arbiters appeared, but it didn't have much influence back then. Still, there were some nominals. Those people have already left the younger generation, right? Lu Yin asked. Barley answered, yes, but there are also some who sealed themselves in ice and haven't left the younger generation. Lu Yin didn't mind as he didn't know many people. Even on this list he only recognized a few. After thinking for a while he looked at Barley. Let me ask you, is there a way to transfer all the nominals to my name? Barley stared blankly at Lu Yin. Representative Lu, you're just acting on behalf of Wendy. That's not possible. Lu Yin felt helpless as he had forgotten that he was just a substitute. How about this? Think of a way to transfer all the nominals to Wendy. Can you do that? Barley thought about it. Yes, Counselor Puyu doesn't care about such things. I mean including the nominals from West San Dios, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Barley's face twitched. Lu Yin nodded. Don't let anyone find out. Yes, Barley replied and was about to leave, but then he thought about it and looked at Lu Yin with some hesitation. Lu Yin was puzzled. Is there something else? Barry thought for a moment and said in a low voice, I found something that I should report to Mr. Lu. Speak. Lu Yin looked at Barley. Barley's eyes flashed. I discovered that Yen Feng was in contact with someone from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's Blaze Realm. He also mentioned that Fire's Melt Planet would be added to the Blaze Realm. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. How did you hear that? My battle technique is rather unique. I can sense the vibrations in the air and hear certain things. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he sized up Barley. At this moment he had a new understanding of this person. He had originally thought that these subordinates were all mediocre people, but now he realized that they weren't mediocre at all. They were just too good at protecting themselves. Barley's motive for telling him this was obvious. I understand, Barley. Thank you for telling me. Lu Yin smiled. Barley hurriedly bowed. It's my honor to share your burden. Lu Yin raised a hand and placed it on Barley's shoulder. Barley's heart trembled as the tragic scene of Yen Feng and Bazer suddenly appeared in his mind. He subconsciously wanted to avoid Lu Yin's touch, but he forcefully resisted the urge. Lu Yin smiled and patted Barley's shoulder. I'll remember those who treat me well. Barley, would you be willing to help me out? Barry was overjoyed. I'm willing to share your burdens. Within the Outerverse Youth Council, Barley believed that he had reached the end of his road. His innate gift was not outstanding, and he had barely managed to join the council and become one of Wendy Yushan's subordinate counselors. It was a pity that Wendy Yushan did not care about the council's affairs and left everything to Bazer, who was stronger than her. Barley did not dare to join Puyu either. If things continued like this, then he would forever be an ordinary subordinate counselor. Although he seemed to be in a good position, he actually did not have much power. He even had to look at Bazer's face. Before Lu Yin had arrived, Barley had already investigated Lu Yin in great detail. The fact that Lu Yin had reached this point in less than 3 years had shocked Barley, and it had also given him the idea of joining Lu Yin. Before Yen Feng's wedding, Barley had already decided that if Lu Yin could safely survive this crisis, then he would join Lu Yin and fight for a future. Lu Yin's performance had far exceeded Barley's expectations, which made him even more determined to join Lu Yin. This person was new to the Outerverse and Barley did not have anyone he could use. All he had to do was show some goodwill and he would succeed. However, the only problem was that this person was too arrogant, and he had offended Puyu the moment he had arrived. Barley thought about it and decided to join Lu Yin. He did not want to continue being mediocre and this person might be able to give him a way out. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he watched Barley leave. This person could be used for the time being. Although he was a little weak as an explorer, it did not matter. With the council's name, even seekers would not dare to provoke him. Lu Yin activated his gadget, and Hu Qingshan's image appeared on his screen. Uncle Hua, I want to know about His Majesty's plan to attack Fire's Melt Planet. Lu Yin went straight to the point. A few days later on Fire's Melt Planet, Yen Wujia's expression was gloomy. Behind him, flames swept out as the cruiser Yen Chong walked out. Sir, the young master sent word that the Blaze Realm is very interested in us. They should agree to let us join. Yen Wujia sighed and said bitterly, I never thought that there would be a day when Fire's Melt Planet would have to rely on someone else. Sir, it's all because of that Lu Yin. Without him, Fire's Melt Planet would not have reached this point. Once we gain a foothold in the Blaze Realm, we will definitely take revenge. Yen Wujia's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Lu Yin, the Great Yu Empire. We will definitely take revenge. At that moment, another figure appeared. Sir, Crimson Planet, Zhong'an Planet and Xianxia Planet have been suddenly sealed off by the Outerverse Youth Council. What? Why are they sealed off? Yancheng was furious. Apparently, the Outerverse Youth Council discovered traces of the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King hiding on the surrounding planets, so they immediately sealed off the planet. Yan Wujia's eyelids twitched and he frowned as he raised his gadget. Order the troops of Crimson Planet, Zhong'an Planet and Xianxia Planet to assemble and withdraw from the planets. However, Yan Wujia's orders were rejected, and the 3 planets were completely sealed off. Sir, Firesmelt Planet's strongest troops and warships are stationed on these 3 planets. Once they're sealed off, our power level will drop by at least half, Yancheng said uneasily. Yan Wujia's eyes flickered and he activated his gadget once more. He wanted to contact Yan Feng and ask him to join the Blaze Realm unconditionally as soon as possible. He felt that something was amiss, and at that moment Yan Cheng's gadget beeped. He glanced at it and his expression changed. Sir, all the military and defense planets are in chaos. None of the warships can be activated. Yan Wujio ignored him and stared at his gadget, but it couldn't send any messages. Firesmelt Planet had been sealed off. The next moment, all of the flames on Firesmelt Planet roared as a black flame descended and rushed towards Yan Wujio. Yan Wujio looked up with a fierce gaze. Huqingshan, it's you. Outside Firesmelt Planet, Huqingshan's gaze turned cold. Yan Wujio, the battle between the Blaze Realm and the Blaze Realm ended in a draw. Now your power level is 170,000 and I'm far from it. Do you dare fight me? Yan Wujio's eyes widened. Countless experts from Firesmelt Planet tore through the void and charged into outer space. At the same time, the captains of the Great Yu Empire's 13 Imperial Squadrons, Rocky Ana, Luiying Zishan and the other vice-captains all attacked. All of them were explorers and dozens of space-exploring powerhouses were fighting outside Firesmelt Planet. Yan Wujio roared, "Is the Great Yu Empire really trying to start a war?" The war began the moment Yan Feng's wedding was held. By the Royal Regent's orders, suppress Firesmelt Planet. Huqingshan barked as he charged downwards. Yan Wujio roared and leaped up to meet Huqingshan. The next moment, a boundless sea of flames spread out and enveloped the entire planet. The sea of flames distorted space as it stretched far into the distance. This was a battle between hunters and it was enough to shatter the void. On Firesmelt Planet, countless people trembled as they looked up at the sky in fear. The sea of flames, blood and berserk shockwaves swept across the land. This moment was the end of Firesmelt Planet and its experts died one after another. Yan Cheng was enraged and his eyes were bloodshot as he blocked Luiying Zishan's attacks. He felt aggrieved as his power level clearly surpassed Luiying Zishan's, but why couldn't he defeat this woman? The 13 Imperial Squadrons had been taught Flash Step by Undying Yushan, and this extreme speed battle technique left Yan Cheng helpless. Even further away, on one of the planets guarding Firesmelt Planet, Delay killed a Firesmelt Planet's Limiter with a single slash. All around him were members of the Great Yu Empire's 13 Imperial Squadrons, and their battle cries shook the heavens. Firesmelt Planet's warships had been completely sealed off, and many planets had been bombarded by the Great Yu Empire's warships. Many space-exploring powerhouses had already died. Firesmelt Planet was a power second only to the Great Yu Empire in the Frostwave Weave. Although it was only a single planet, it had given birth to many powerhouses. However, on this day these powerhouses would all be buried with Firesmelt Planet. This was Undying Yushan's original plan to attack Firesmelt Planet. It had been planned for many years and it was flawless. On the Crimson Planet, the Firesmelt Planet's army had rioted, wanting to participate in the war. Lu Yin stood in the courtyard of San Dios and looked at the screen with a cold gaze. Kill all rioters. That one sentence, 6 words, had led to countless deaths. Firesmelt Planet had no chance of victory against the Great Yu Empire in a direct confrontation. In the past, Lu Yin had not understood this, but now he had a deep understanding of the Great Yu Empire's strength. Undying Yushan was the inheritor of the Yu surname from the 7 courts, one of the 3 dark hands. The battle techniques that he had passed down to the Great Yu Empire were not something that any outerverse power could compare to. Even with Lu Yin's current strength, Flash Step was still not outdated. This showed how terrifying this extreme speed battle technique was, and it was enough to ensure that many of the Great Yu Empire's experts could challenge those of a higher realm. Furthermore, Undying Yushan had not only passed down Flash Step, but also other battle techniques that were not something that ordinary Outerverse powers could obtain. Fire's Melt Planet was far inferior. Fire's Melt Planet's domain was dyed red with blood as countless organizations that had submitted to Fire's Melt Planet watched on coldly. There was no one in the Frostwave Weave who could stop the Great Yu Empire now. Even if the Great Yu Empire had weakened significantly from its previous battle with the Ross Empire, it was still terrifying because the Great Yu Empire could stop the Ross Empire. This was something that no one could imagine. Lu Yin calmly looked at the screen with Barley standing behind him. "Seventh bro, a single sentence from you triggered a war," the monkey said with a complicated expression. Lu Yin also had a complicated expression. War brought about pain, disaster, death, and the loss of emotions. These were the ugliest words in the universe, but Lu Yin had brought them out today. This battle was considered over for Fire's Melt Planet. Undying Yushan's plan had been flawless, and Fire's Melt Planet could only use 30% of its full strength. They would definitely be defeated, and the blind monk and Peach had not even participated in the battle. Fire's Melt Planet's defeat had caused countless people to become homeless, and their families had been destroyed. Lu Yin could not bear to see this happen, but so what? War was unavoidable. If he did not act, then once Fire's Melt Planet joined the Blaze Realm, they would be able to use the Blaze Realm to suppress the Great Yu Empire. At that time, the people of the Great Yu Empire would be the ones to suffer. There was no right or wrong in this war, only who was strong and who was weak. Chapter 345. The screen was filled with blood, but it was quickly incinerated by the sea of flames. All of the grief would soon disappear, and this was only the first step. Frostwave Weave had to be unified, and after that, the next step would be to unify the other weaves. Lu Yin did not want to be sacrificed like an ant again. He would never forget the life and death calamity that had befallen Drift Charge Planet. Zhou Day Knight had been sent away without a single injury, while he had been treated like a piece of white meat. This was power, and this was the reality of the universe. That kind of experience would never happen again. Lu Yin clenched his fists and his heart gradually hardened. Barley glanced at Lu Yin and clearly saw the change in his eyes. He relaxed. He wasn't afraid that Lu Yin would be ruthless, but rather that he would be soft-hearted. Wars were all too common in the universe, and organizations were destroyed every day. Countless people died every day. If one was soft-hearted, they would not be able to accomplish anything in the future. Lu Yin was just a student, and Barley had been afraid that he would make a mistake. But now it seemed that everything was fine. This war was not only a reshuffling of the Frostwave Weave's power structure, but it was also a baptism for Lu Yin. His future accomplishments would be unimaginable. On the other side of San Dios, Puyu's face was gloomy. Lu Yin had used the Outerverse Youth Council's authority to seal off 3 of Fire's Melt Planet's main military planets. This matter was neither major nor minor, and Puyu immediately ordered someone to draft a report and report it to the 10 Arbiters Council. Elsewhere, when Xianxia and Mira were watching a screen that was also showing the war on Fire's Melt Planet. "This kid is ruthless and decisive." "Not bad," when Xianxia praised. Mira frowned. Arbiter when Lu Yin privately used the Outerverse Youth Council's authority. "Won't that have a negative impact?" When Xianxia's lips curled up. "If we don't even have that much authority, how can the 10 Arbiters Council attract so many people?" Mira's eyes flashed. "Got it." In space not far from Fire's Melt Planet's main planet, black and red flames collided and tore through space. Xianxia's power level was tens of thousands lower than Yan Wujia's, and he should have been slightly weaker, but the two were evenly matched. Every attack burned the void into nothingness. Flaming heart, flaming sword. Yan Wujiao pointed his flaming sword at the sky and slashed out, destroying the void and splitting space into 2. A boundless sea of fire burned, causing the surrounding planets to crack. Xianxia waved his hand, and the dark flames swept out with an indescribably powerful aura. They clashed with the flame sword and the space around them churned like waves. Xianxia scram. "My Fire's Melt Planet has decided to withdraw from Frostwave Weave. From now on, we won't interfere with Frostwave Weave's affairs." Yan Wujiu shouted. Hua Qingshan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. You want to join the Blaze Realm? Yan Wujiu's pupils shrank. How did you know? Suddenly Yan Wujiu felt a chill run down his spine, as if his entire body had been frozen solid. Snowflakes danced in front of him and his expression changed drastically. Xianxia Ona. With a bang, Yan Wujiu spat out a mouthful of blood as his entire body was frozen solid. Behind him, Xianxia Ona walked out of the void. Hua Qingshan narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Xianxia Ona to show up. Yan Wujiu was even more surprised. He glared at Xianxia Ona with hatred. Despicable. Xianxia Ona calmly looked at Yan Wujiu. You used my daughter to split the Great Yu Empire. Yan Wujiu, you're no less despicable than anyone else. Ah. The winner takes all and there's no point in saying anything more. But if you two want to kill me, that's impossible. Yan Wujiu roared. He waved his hand, causing flames to burn the void as he flew towards Fire's Melt planet. The next moment the planet's light grew even brighter and the flames grew even hotter. On Fire's Melt planet, Yan Chong, who was fighting with Luing Zishan, was aghast. My lord, you can't. All of our people will be burned to death. Luing Zishan immediately retreated from Fire's Melt planet. Hua Qingshan and Xianxia Ona exchanged glances. Both of them attacked at the same time, but they were repelled by an even more powerful flame. Not good. Yan Wujiu is absorbing the flames that have burned on Fire's Melt planet for countless years. He wants to destroy the planet to increase his power level. Hua Qingshan's expression turned ugly. Stop him immediately. Xianxia Ona was anxious. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fire's Melt planet had already turned into a sea of flames. Yan Chong roared as he was burned to death. Countless Fire's Melt planet's people were reduced to ashes, and they didn't even have time to scream. Countless people had died tragically on a planet, and it was a scene of despair and sorrow. Yan Wujiu soared into the sky, the flames on his body growing increasingly hot. The void continuously crumbled, unable to withstand his heat. You forced me to do this. Today all of you will die. I, Yan Wujiu, swear that I will have my revenge. He then slashed at Hua Qingshan and Xianxia Ona. Back in San Dios, Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. This Yan Wujiu was too ruthless, and he had personally incinerated an entire family just to create an opportunity for Lu Yin to escape. If Lu Yin didn't kill this person, he would definitely become a huge threat. Yan Wujiu's ruthlessness shocked even Wen Sansi. This kind of person isn't suited for survival in the human domain. He's most valuable at the border or perhaps at Kunzei. Arbiter Wen, can the Great Yu Empire stop Yan Wujiu? Mira asked. Wen Sansi shook his head. With their strength they can't stop him. Mira frowned. This Yan Wujiu was too ruthless to the point that it made her shudder. Within a room in San Dios, Yan Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at a screen. Father, escape. We'll definitely have our revenge. Boom. Outer space was filled with a sea of flames as Yan Wujiu forced Hua Qingshan and Xianxia Ona back with a single slash. He reluctantly turned around and left. He wasn't going to continue fighting, and the power that Fire's Melt planet gave him wouldn't last much longer. In the end, it was just a single planet and it was far from enough to deal with two powerful experts. However, escaping wasn't a problem. Suddenly, a sword light flashed through the void at extreme speed. Even with Yan Wujiu's abilities, he couldn't avoid it. The sword light pierced through his abdomen, and his flaming sword shattered and scattered into outer space. This sudden turn of events stunned many people. Yan Wujiu howled in pain as the terrifying flames that had been added to his body by Fire's Melt planet quickly dissipated. He stared ahead viciously as a young girl walked out of the void and coldly stared at him. Countless people were shocked when they saw her. She was Wendy Yushan. In San Dios, Puyu's pupils shrank. Wendy Yushan had returned. When Sansi was shocked that she had returned at such a time. Lu Yin was shocked as well, but he was soon overjoyed. She had returned just in time, but could Wendy Yushan stop Yan Wujiu? The difference between them was too great, but she should be able to work with Hua Qingshan and Xianxia Ona. Yan Wujiu glared venomously at Wendy Yushan in the burning space. It's you brat. You're courting death. Wendy Yushan's gaze was cold. Your strength is already fading. Yan Wujiu, your era is over. Even so, I'll drag you down with me. Yan Wujiu roared as he raised the broken hilt of his sword and viciously stabbed at Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan's power level was not enough to fight against Yan Wujiu, as he was a powerhouse with a power level of over 150,000. However, Hu Qingshan and Xueshan Ona would not let him off so easily. When Wendy Yushan's sudden attack broke through Yan Wujiu's flames, the two immediately attacked. At this moment, Yan Wujiu was even weaker than he had been at the start of the battle, and he was quickly forced into a disadvantageous position. Soon after, he was tragically injured and his blood dyed space red. No one sympathized with him, as even though the Great Yu Empire had waged war against Fire's Melt planet, it would never massacre its citizens. However, Yan Wujiu had destroyed the entire planet for his own selfish reasons, and countless people had died. The damage he had caused far exceeded the Great Yu Empire's. With the combined attack of fire and ice, as well as Wendy Yushan's 10,000 swords as one, Yan Wujiu's blood splattered across space as he died. A hunter with a power level of over 150,000 had died in front of countless people. To the Innerverse, the death of a hunter was not too rare, but it was different in the Outerverse. There were very few hunters in any weave in the Outerverse, especially one with a power level of over 150,000. Yan Wujiu's death meant that there was no longer any power in Frostwave Weave that could contend with the Great Yu Empire. The Great Yu Empire's unification of Frostwave Weave was now inevitable. In East San Dios, Lu Yin exhaled and relaxed his grip. There was no longer any opponent in Frostwave Weave. Seventh bro, now that the Great Yu Empire has unified Frostwave Weave, you'll be the uncrowned king of Frostwave Weave. Congratulations. The monkey shouted excitedly. Lu Yin's lips curled up. The uncrowned king was right. On the surface, Wendy Yushan was definitely the one in charge, but with her personality she would never take power. The true ruler was Lu Yin himself. Behind him, Barley bowed. Congratulations, Representative Lu. Lu Yin waved a hand. Representative Barley, I'll need your help in dealing with the aftermath. You know what, we need to investigate the 3 military planets that have been sealed off from Fire's Melt planet. Barley hurriedly replied, I understand. Even if Fire's Melt planet did not collude with the Neo-Human Alliance, they were still researching weapons that were banned by the human domain. Their destruction is only natural. Lu Yin nodded in satisfaction. On the other side, when Xianxia turned off his screen and smiled. Good show after good show. This Lu Yin did not disappoint. He's now in control of Frostwave Weave, which isn't good news for many people. He then looked at Mira. Do you think he'll try to encroach on the other weaves? Mira thought about it and then answered seriously, yes. When Xianxia burst into laughter. What an ambitious kid. At that moment his gadget beeped. When Xianxia glanced at it and smiled. Puyu is looking for me. He's accusing Lu Yin of using the Outerverse Youth Council's authority to interfere in the weave's internal conflict and to control the benefits of the war. Arbiter, when this Puyu is even more ambitious than Lu Yin. When Wendy Yushan was still alive, almost all of East San Dios's authority was in his hands. Even though there's no evidence, the deaths of the other representatives from East San Dios might have something to do with him, Mira said. When Xianxia nodded. This person needs to be restrained, but Lu Yin needs to be taught a lesson as well. He can be ambitious, but he can't be too arrogant. If he's too arrogant, he'll easily lose control. He tapped his fingers on the table and after a while he turned to Mira. Leave this matter to Puyu. You can supervise him. Make Lu Yin suffer a bit, but don't let Puyu succeed. Mira respectfully acknowledged the order and then left. Those in power needed to maintain a balance. They could not blindly favor someone, but they could not ignore them either. When Xianxia was wary of Puyu's excessive authority, and he wanted to use Lu Yin to check the balance. However, he also did not want Lu Yin to lose control. It wasn't that he couldn't solve the problem, but rather that it would be troublesome. To Wen Xianxia, once he lost control of these two people, they would only bring him trouble, and he did not like trouble. Chapter 346. In the Innerverse, Night Queen Yanqing quickly found out about the battle in Frostwave Weave and the results. She was furious as she had used Yan Feng to humiliate Lu Yin and even set up the wedding to kill him. She had wanted to destroy him, but she had never thought that she would actually help him instead. He had single-handedly defeated 2 elite explorers working together. How had he achieved 30 stacks? It had only been a short time since the Astral Combat Tournament, but he had already increased his 9 stacks to 30 stacks. Just thinking about it made her shudder. As a member of the Night King clan and Night King Zhenwu's sister, she knew what 30 stacks meant. Lu Yin had truly stepped into the top circle of the universe's younger generation, and he could be described as an unequaled Lamiter. He was on the same level as those freaks and she wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible, but she was stopped by the elders. As long as this person was not eliminated, she would not be able to rest easy. The battle in Frostwave Weave was no small matter to the Outerverse, but it did not affect the Innerverse at all. Even the Ross Empire did not react. Regardless of whether or not the Great Yu Empire had unified Frostwave Weave, it was still an ant that the Innerverse's various powers could destroy with a flip of their hand. At this moment, Xianxia and the others discovered something strange. Yan Wujiao had absorbed all of Fire's Melt planet's flames to increase his strength, and everything on the planet should have been incinerated. However, there was one person who remained unscathed and was even sealed in ice by an extremely powerful chill. This person was Yan Yan, an ordinary explorer on Fire's Melt planet. It was this person who had managed to survive Yan Wujiao's flames, which had a power level of over 150,000, and even release a chill. This is someone from the Royal Frost continent. Xianxia exclaimed in shock as he stared at the ice covering Yan Yan's body. There was a very conspicuous symbol on the ice. There were 5 interlocking snowflakes, and this symbol shocked Xianxia. Xianxia was puzzled. The Royal Frost continent? Beside him, Wendy Yushan was also confused and she looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. You probably don't know this, but the Royal Frost continent is a very secretive power in the blazing mist flow zone of the Innerverse. The entire continent is hidden in a different space and very few people can go there. However, its strength is extremely terrifying, and it's no weaker than the Ross Empire, Blaze Realm or the Sylvan Dragons. Wendy Yushan frowned. There's no way I wouldn't know about such a power. Xianxia replied, Princess Wendy, it's normal that you don't know about it. This continent doesn't allow outsiders to enter, and once they do they'll be killed without mercy. Back then this old subject accidentally read about it in a book of records of experts. The records clearly state that the Royal Frost continent has almighty experts, and there's more than one of them. It's the Holy Land of Ice, and anyone who cultivates on the Royal Frost continent will have a 5-ringed snowflake on their body after they achieve something. This is the unique symbol of the Royal Frost continent. As he spoke, Xianxia raised his hand, and the wind from his palm danced, bringing with it cold chi and snowflakes. This old subject's family has passed down the snow wind palm, so I've always wanted to find the entrance to the Royal Frost continent to cultivate. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find it. Wendy Yushan did not ask further as she was not interested in the Royal Frost continent. She wasn't interested, but Lu Yin was. The Royal Frost continent reminded him of the Shenwu continent, which was comparable to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's top 3 powers. This continent's strength was even greater than the Shenwu continent's. Lu Yin searched the network for a bit, but he couldn't find any information about the Royal Frost continent. After thinking about it, he used his honor points to search and he finally found an introduction to the Royal Frost continent. However, it was very vague and it was the same as what Xianxia had told him. The Royal Frost continent was hidden in a different space, and the Blaze Realm and other powers had once attacked it, but they had all failed. Unlike the Shenwu continent's tragic fate, the Royal Frost continent's numerous almighty powerhouses had taken action and forcefully repelled the Blaze Realm and the other powers. This had solidified the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's hidden title as the 4th power. However, because they had not interacted with the outside world, they had been forgotten for thousands of years. If even the Blaze Realm could not do anything to the Royal Frost continent, then this continent was definitely not simple. Lu Yin thought about it and then ordered Xianxia and the others to bring Yan Yan back to the Great Yu Empire. Dealing with the aftermath of Fire's Melt planet was very complicated, but Lu Yin did not need to pay attention to it. At this moment he was officially meeting Wendy Yushan through a screen. This was the first time that the two of them had officially met. Lu Yin had never thought that his first meeting with Wendy Yushan would be under such circumstances. When he had first arrived at the Great Yu Empire, No, before he had even reached the Great Yu Empire, someone had already brought up the issue of his marriage with Wendy Yushan. When he had arrived at the Great Yu Empire, he had learned about the fifth princess and her extraordinary innate talent and absolute power. He had also learned about her status, vision, and heroism. At the same time, he had also learned that she was likely to be his fiancée. It was rare for the Outerverse to give birth to such geniuses. At that time, he had heard that Wendy Yushan was unreachable, and even the Great Yu Empire could not accommodate her. Her status had even surpassed Undying Yushan's, and she was a true pinnacle figure. One could only imagine the pressure of being engaged to such a person. It was precisely because of his engagement with Wendy Yushan that Lu Yin had tasted humiliation. It was not a pleasant feeling. Baiser had been the initiator, but Wendy Yushan had also been involved. Her disregard and indifference had been the source of Lu Yin's humiliation. Sometimes, disregard was the greatest form of harm, and Wendy Yushan was a perfect example of this saying. Even she herself did not know how much harm she had caused Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not want to admit it, but deep down he had always wanted to overturn this disregard. He wanted to meet her face to face and personally ask her, "What right do you have to break the engagement?" Now that they were face to face, Lu Yin could not bring himself to say anything as he looked at the cold girl in front of the screen. The two were silent for a few minutes before Lu Yin finally spoke. "My condolences." Wendy Yushan's expression was cold, but a trace of sorrow flashed through the depths of her eyes. The entire Yushan family had been wiped out and not even their corpses had been left behind. How sorrowful was that? However, she did not show it. "It doesn't matter." Lu Yin nodded. He had originally wanted to console her, but it seemed that there was no need for that. This woman had been able to reach this point because of her strong will. "You were too impulsive." Wendy Yushan's eyes narrowed. "It has nothing to do with you." Lu Yin frowned. "I'm the royal regent of the Great Yu Empire. As long as you're still a citizen of the Great Yu Empire, it has something to do with me." Wendy Yushan stared at Lu Yin and after a while she said indifferently, "You're pretty strong, but it won't be that easy to catch up to me." Lu Yin was especially displeased when he saw her cold expression. "It won't be long." Wendy Yushan's eyes flashed and she looked at Lu Yin seriously. She could not refute his words. He had reached this point in less than 3 years, which was unimaginable to most people. His innate talent even surpassed her own, and she did not know how far he would go in 3 more years. The top 100 rankings? Top 50? Top 20? Or top 10? She could not be sure. "You're the Lockbreaker 7th bro?" Wendy Yushan changed the topic. Lu Yin nodded. He did not feel awkward because he had tricked Wendy Yushan. After all, they stood on different sides. "Your lock-breaking talent is very high," Wendy Yushan commented. "Of course," Lu Yin replied. "I'll be returning to East Sandio soon." "Be careful of Puyu," Wendy Yushan said before disconnecting the call. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. This woman was not stupid, she was just a little weak. However, once she returned, he would become a subordinate counselor, the same as Barley's. There was a ding and Lu Yin looked at his gadget. His eyes flashed and he looked back at Barley. "Take care of the matters on Fire's Melt planet." "Yes, Counselor Lu," Barley hurriedly replied. Lu Yin left the courtyard and headed towards the council's headquarters, which was the tallest tower in Sandios. That was where the council's meetings took place and where they held the highest authority. Mira was waiting for him there. Puyu would definitely not let go of an excuse to use the council's authority to interfere in the war. This was probably why Mira was looking for him so seriously. However, Lu Yin was not worried. When Xianxia had come here to keep Puyu in check, but he could not stay in Sandios forever. The only person who could keep Puyu in check was Lu Yin, and when Xianxia would not let anything happen to Lu Yin. For the sake of unifying Frostwave Weave, Lu Yin was willing to take this risk. Not long after, Lu Yin entered the council's tower and looked up. This should be the highest point on the Prairie Flame continent, and it represented the pinnacle of authority. The view from above should be quite nice. Mira was at the top of the tower with her back to Lu Yin. She looked at the distant sky where the clouds were still below Sandios. All she saw was a vast expanse of white and the 7 satellites in the sky. "Arbiter One has already ordered Puyu to investigate your use of the council to interfere in Frostwave Weave's war. Do you have anything to say?" Mira asked. Lu Yin was not used to her being like this. Subordinate Counselor Barley has been investigating Fire's Melt planet for a long time, and he discovered that they were manufacturing weapons that were banned by the human domain. Thus, he used the excuse of investigating the Neo-Human Alliance to seal off 3 military planets. Mira turned around and beamed at Lu Yin. I'm not stupid and neither is Arbiter Wen. Your reason is too old-fashioned. Lu Yin did not respond. However, the universe's power is the truth and no one really cares about reasons. You should enjoy the rights that you have, Mira said. Lu Yin raised a brow. Is this Arbiter Wen's intention? Mira smiled and walked to Lu Yin's side. Arbiter Wen's intention is very simple. You've gone overboard, so you'll be stripped of your position as an acting counselor while Puyu investigates. Lu Yin shrugged. Thank you for not pursuing the matter. Mira giggled. You've been stripped of your position, but you're still a subordinate counselor of Wendy Yushan. She'll be back soon, so you need to maintain your position. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Mira. I've always maintained my position. After all, being a member of the Council of Astral Academy isn't bad. Mira was stunned as she had forgotten that Lu Yin had such a status. She had originally wanted to follow Arbiter Wen's instructions and have Lu Yin temporarily leave the circle of authority to give him a warning. However, his status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy meant that his status was higher than that of the other counselors, and he could even speak to Wendy Yushan as an equal. How could he leave the circle of authority? Even without his status as an acting counselor, Lu Yin's value and his status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy were enough for people to listen to his orders. Chapter 347. What a headache. Mira looked at Lu Yin helplessly. This was the first time she had realized how troublesome it was to have too many identities. Lu Yin wasn't afraid of anything, and he had rushed to San Dios by relying on his multiple identities. He was certain that no one would dare to kill him, and he had also relied on his multiple identities to roam the universe by himself. You're quite troublesome, Mira commented helplessly. Lu Yin laughed. He was a 2-star discerning junior lockbreaker with 2 honor points, a member of the Council of Astral Academy, and a subordinate member of the Outerverse Youth Council. These identities were enough to protect his life. How interesting. It seemed that the more identities one had, the better. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. You're like a porcupine and it's inconvenient to attack anywhere. Mira rolled her eyes. Lu Yin smiled. No matter what, I still have to thank you, Sister Mira. Mira's eyes lit up and she lifted Lu Yin's chin. If you really want to thank me, then answer a question. You're prettier, Lu Yin said seriously. Mira was speechless. You haven't asked yet. No matter who I'm compared to, you're still the prettiest, Lu Yin said confidently. Mira chuckled. Alright, I'll accept your compliment and pass it on to Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin was stumped and he left speechlessly. This woman was crazy and she seemed to enjoy sowing discord. After leaving the tower, Lu Yin released his domain and relaxed his mind. San Dios wasn't very large and he looked around before finally looking at the edge. Looking down from the edge of San Dios shouldn't be too bad. The 5 arched gates of San Dios were very eye-catching, and the powerhouses guarding them were all cruisers. They weren't from the younger generation, but rather experts from the Prairie Flame continent. Lu Yin walked to a spot not far from the arched door and looked down. Layers of clouds blocked his view, but he raised a hand and pressed down with his energy, dispersing the clouds to reveal a vast continent. Looking down from above, the scenery was indeed different. At that moment, a figure filled with murderous intent appeared 100 meters behind Lu Yin and stabbed a sword at him. It was Yanfeng. Lu Yin had noticed him long ago, but he didn't care. The cruiser guarding the arched gates immediately acted. He was qualified to guard San Dios and his strength was far above his peers. He quickly suppressed the heavily injured Yanfeng and pressed him to the ground. Yanfeng raised his head and glared at Lu Yin. You'll die a horrible death, Lu Yin. You killed so many people on Fire's Melt planet and I'll definitely avenge you. Lu Yin walked over to Yanfeng and slowly squatted down. You saw the battle on Fire's Melt planet. Your father Yan Wujia was the one who killed so many people there, not me. You're the one who started this war. My father had no choice but to do so. Lu Yin, you'll have to pay with your life for the countless people on Fire's Melt planet. You'll have to pay with your life for my father's. Lu Yin sighed and patted Yan Feng's shoulder. Your life is too tiring. Go and follow your father. He then stood up. At this moment, Yan Feng's eyes were bloodshot and his head slowly drooped. Lu Yin's strength had penetrated his body, shattering his organs, and he had died. The cruiser who had been suppressing Yan Feng narrowed his eyes, and he looked at Lu Yin fearfully before returning to his post. Ambushing a counselor was a huge crime, but Lu Yin would not take any responsibility for killing Yan Feng. The final threat of Fire's Melt planet had been eliminated, and Lu Yin stretched lazily. From now on, Fire's Melt planet would no longer be known as such. He raised his arm and activated his gadget. Formulate a battle plan to unify Frostwave Weave. Yes, Your Highness, Xianxia replied. 7th Bro, did you purposely walk here to give Yan Feng an opportunity to assassinate you? The monkey asked. Lu Yin blinked. Who knows? He's already gone mad and he's already dead. How terrifying, the monkey muttered. The only person who could threaten Lu Yin in Sandios was Puyu, but he could not deal with him for the time being. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to deal with him either. If Puyu was finished, then so was Lu Yin. Over the next few days, Lu Yin calmly stayed in Sandios, and no one came looking for trouble. Puyu had been investigating the situation on Fire's Melt planet, but strangely enough he had not come looking for trouble. This could only mean that there were bigger storms waiting to happen. The other counselors who were Wendy Yushan's subordinates did not take the initiative to curry favor with Lu Yin, but he did not mind. When Puyu had tried to rope them in, they had only pretended to agree. These people's desire to survive was greater than their desire to fight for power. During this time, Lu Yin felt a little awkward. Michelle had contacted him. He had promised Michelle that he would help her comprehend Battle Force, but he had delayed it again and again. This was already the third time, and Lu Yin felt a little embarrassed. The Great Yu Empire's battle plan to unify Frostwave Weave had already been formulated, and it was progressing at an unimaginable speed. Lu Yin did not need to guess to know that this plan had already been formulated when Undying Yushan had been in power. However, due to various reasons, it had not been realized, and now was the best time to execute it. He had wanted to use this plan to keep Wendy Yushan in the Great Yu Empire, but unfortunately that woman's ambitions did not lie there. She planned to enter seclusion for a few days before coming to Sandios. Jenny Anna had already been sent back to Xenu Star and handed over to the Anna family. Xiushan Anna was extremely grateful to Lu Yin for this. No matter how much he wanted to use Jenny Anna, she was still his daughter. Lu Yin had not killed her, which was a huge favor to Xiushan Anna. Over the past 2 days, Lu Yin had been searching for information on Bushtree Planet. He planned to go harvest some natural treasures in a few days, but earning money was troublesome. Without money, natural treasures would be useless. The fastest way to earn money was to lock break. It seemed like it was time to earn some money. Wait, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. There should have been a lot of spoils from attacking Fire's Melt planet, so why hadn't he gotten any? He immediately contacted Xianxia, who had a strange expression. Your Highness, all the spoils from attacking Fire's Melt planet must be handed over to the treasury. I don't get any? Lu Yin was unhappy. Xianxia thought about it. Your Highness, the Empire's reconstruction requires too many resources, and the plan to unify the Frostwave Weave has just been formulated. The greatest difficulty in implementing it is the lack of resources. Fine, I understand. Lu Yin grew impatient. You just don't have money, right? Xianxia replied, You shouldn't be asking me, Your Highness. You should be asking the new finance minister, Gavin. Lu Yin turned off the screen. War was a huge money-grubbing machine, so it was normal to not have money. 7th Bro, you're too greedy, the monkey shrieked. Lu Yin rolled his eyes as no one could understand his pain. As long as he had money, his power would grow rapidly. Unfortunately, earning money was too difficult, and it would be great if he had the support of a large financial group. Lu Yin thought of Dark Void. He was a seed of Shamrock Enterprises, so he shouldn't have to worry about money. Lu Yin was most jealous of Lulu, as she had taken out so much money without batting an eye. He was too rich. Speaking of which, Lu Yin still owed Lulu a large sum of money, and he didn't know if she had gone to the Great Yu Empire. It was impossible for her to search for information on the 7 courts, so her efforts were destined to be in vain. At this point, Barley requested an audience. Representative Lu, there are nominals from the Innerverse who wish to officially enter San Dios, Barley said happily. Luyin was surprised. Nominals? Who? Yuxianzi and Xianxia, Barley replied. Luyin was puzzled. Why are they coming to San Dios at this time? Barley replied, they've probably heard of your reputation, Representative Lu, and they're here because of it. Luyin laughed. They're here because of his reputation? It would be strange if Yuxianzi didn't curse him to death. That woman had been swindled by him back on the Shenwu continent. When will they arrive? In the next 2 days, Barley replied. Luyin rubbed his chin. Tell them that I'm not a place where anyone can come as they please. Since they're nominals, they should stay there until the end. Barley was flabbergasted and confused. A few days ago, Luyin had clearly wanted to recruit nominals, so why had he changed his mind? Just tell them that. Luyin waved a hand. Barley hurriedly agreed. 7th bro, what are you planning? The monkey was curious. Luyin smiled. Why do you think they're coming to San Dios at this time? Logically speaking, if they really want to join the Outerverse Youth Council, they should look for Puyu. With their status as heirs of Innerverse organizations, Puyu wouldn't mistreat them. Instead, they've come looking for me, and don't forget that Yuxianzi has a grudge against me. The monkey guessed. Is it because of the strength you displayed? Luyin nodded. That's 90% likely. At present, there are only a few true candidates for the 10 arbiters position in the Innerverse and Outerverse, and there are also 10 arbiters who are about to leave the younger generation. The competition for the 10 arbiters position is about to begin. Even if it's a competition, it won't be for you, 7th bro. You're just a limiter. I believe that there are explorers who can take over the 10 arbiters position, like the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. Luyin looked up. That's foresight. What does a monkey like you know? If you really want to compete, you should rope in those people, the monkey said. I'm not sure, but I'll give it a try. If they really want to join me, then they'll have to show some sincerity. Don't be mistaken. Don't forget that Yuxianzi's Frost Moon sect is in the day-night flow zone. Do you think they'll openly join you? Luyin smiled. Every generation has its own rules. Although Yuxianzi is the young matriarch of the Frost Moon sect, there are other disciples besides her. Some of those disciples are more than 10 years older than her, and they might all be supporting the Day-Night clan, so they don't care about her at all. Besides, she definitely has her reasons for joining me. The monkey mumbled, You're always right. On the other side, Barley relayed the message to Yuxianzi and Xianxia, but their reactions were different. Xianxia was flabbergasted, and then he asked Barley how he could enter San Dios. Yuxianzi gritted her teeth in anger, but the result was the same. He wanted to join Luyin. Luyin thought about it. It's not that they can't join me, but the Great Yu Empire's finances have been tight lately, and I'm having a headache over this. Tell them to wait a bit. Barley was stunned. Is this extortion? The monkey was speechless. 7th bro, your money-grubbing problem is a little serious. Luyin's lips curled up as he did not care. Just as the monkey had said, even if one of the 10 arbiters abdicated, Luyin would not be able to take over. Thus, there was no need for him to be in a hurry to recruit talents. Furthermore, neither Yuxianzi nor Xianxia were particularly important talents, and this was his market. Aside from him, these two would not be able to find anyone else to compete for the position of 10 arbiters in the future. Chapter 348. Furthermore, these two were only the first batch. There would definitely be others who would want to follow him. Ultimately, following him depended on one's strength. The stronger he was, the more people would want to follow him. Money. That was too easy for the Innerverse powers. Those powers could not wait for Luyin to have some problems so that they could deal with him easily. A perfect powerhouse was the most frightening. In the Innerverse, in Astral 7, Yuxianzi was in a bad mood after hearing Barley's report. She had expected Luyin to make all sorts of requests that might even implicate the entire Frostmoon sect, but she had not expected his request to be so simple. Lack of money? What was this? Yuxianzi's eyes flickered. Impossible. It was definitely not a simple request for money. She immediately contacted the seniors of her sect and relayed the information to them. Several elders appeared on a screen in front of Xianxia. They were all seniors of the Frost Moon sect, and they all had solemn expressions as they pondered the matter seriously. At present, there are only 4 Limiters in the entire universe who are qualified to become 10 Arbiters candidates. As for the explorers, they are all in the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. However, among the top 10, only the top 5 are truly qualified to challenge the position of 10 Arbiters. In other words, there are 9 people who are at the top of their generation, and any one of these 9 has the potential to become one of the 10 Arbiters. Our Frost Moon sect has already expressed goodwill to 3 of them, and any one of these 3 can become one of the 10 Arbiters, which would be beneficial to our sect. Lu Yin is the 4th. That may be the case, but Lu Yin's chances are the lowest among the 9. He has no background and a mere Great Yu Empire would not be able to support him. Even if the entire Frostwave Weave was united, so what? The Blazing Mist Flow Zone's Ross Empire would be able to take care of him. However, this kid's progress is too fast. According to our investigation, he has cultivated for less than 3 years. In just 3 years, his cultivation speed is several times faster than the others, and his strength is definitely at the top of his generation. 30 stacks was Arbiter Land's record when he was in the Astral Combat Academy, and no one besides Lu Yin has been able to reach it. Don't forget that this kid hasn't even reached the peak of the Limiter realm yet. He has a very high chance of breaking Arbiter Land's record. Don't forget that this kid has a deep grudge with the Day-Night clan. That's the strange part. This kid has the status and background of an ant, but he managed to shake the Day-Night clan's decision and save the Day-Night woman who testified for him. His methods are terrifying, and aside from the elders of the Day-Night clan, no one else knows how he did it. He has a strange ability and he's ruthless. Xianxia stood in front of the light screen and watched as the Frost Moon sect elders discussed. After a while, the Frosty Moon sect's discussion finally ended. Young mistress, let's stick to the plan. You'll join Lu Yin and become a subordinate counselor, an old woman said to Xianxia on the screen. Xianxia felt helpless. Lu Yin's conditions are very strange. What do the elders think? On the other side of the screen, the old women felt a headache coming on. They didn't know what Lu Yin was trying to do either. On the surface, it really did seem like he was in need of money, but that was impossible. Even a normal person wouldn't brazenly mention it when they were in need of money, let alone a young genius like Lu Yin. Bring us a map of Frostwave Weave, one of the old women said. Not long after, the old women gathered around the map of Frostwave Weave and looked at it. One of the old women's eyes lit up. Everyone, I understand now. Lu Yin's request for funds isn't because he lacks money, but because he's worried about the powers surrounding Frostwave Weave, such as Grand Top Weave's 9-stack sect. He's actually worried that the 9-stack sect will take advantage of the chaos to invade Frostwave Weave, which will cause the Great Yu Empire to split its forces. Not bad, not bad. That's right. This kid is very scheming and most people wouldn't be able to guess his intentions. As expected of Elder Lin, you've participated in border wars and are more experienced than any of us, one of the old women praised. Elder Lin was pleased. It's nothing. This kid is quite scheming. How about this? Send a few experts to warn the 9-stack sect. Alright, and warn the powers surrounding Frostwave Weave as well. That's right. Xianxia pursed her lips and wanted to say something. She felt that Lu Yin really did want money, and when she thought about his repulsive face, she felt that he really did want money. But that didn't make sense. Forget it, Elder Lin's guess must be correct. On the other side, and Xiaohua of Watermoon Villa was also considering the situation. However, the seniors of Watermoon Villa were thinking even deeper than the Frostmoon sect. The Great Yu Empire's funds are tight. Could it be that the previous war caused the economy to decline? Or did the Mavis Bank withdraw? Could the Ross Empire have intervened? That's very likely. In the end, Watermoon Villa decided to send a caravan to the Great Yu Empire to help restore its economy. As for Lu Yin's lack of money, that was a joke. Of course, it didn't exist as no one would blatantly ask for money. In San Dios barely found Lu Yin. Counselor Xianxia and Xiaohua have replied. They understand your intentions and will make preparations. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Preparations? A lot? As expected of a large organization, Lu Yin was rather excited. More money meant faster cultivation, and it also meant that he could roll his die. It also meant that he could go to Bushtree Planet and harvest natural treasures. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Monkey, your 7th bro's about to improve greatly. The monkey was confused. What do you mean? Nothing. 7th bro is about to break Arbiter Land's record. Lu Yin was anxiously waiting in San Dios for Yu Xianzi and in Xiaohua to deliver the money. On Xenu Star, a large spacecraft docked at the space station. A group of youths looked out excitedly. They were from Earth and were the first batch of elites to receive Yu Academy's teachings. They were elites, but that was only relative to Earth. Any random student in the Great Yu Empire could surpass them. Earth was too weak, and the strongest person on Earth, Zhou Xian, was only a melder. And that was only because he had received help from the Great Yu Empire. Within the space station, Tianming stood quietly as he watched the spacecraft come to a stop. Behind him, a Yu Academy member looked unhappy. Hallmaster, this is just a border planet. Do we need to personally welcome some sentinels or even seekers? Tianming smiled. They're from Earth. I know, the Yu Academy member said. Tianming glanced at him. Haven't you heard of Earth? The Yu Academy member frowned. It sounds familiar. Let me think. His eyes went wide. Earth? The Astral Combat Tournament? The Royal Regent's hometown? Tianming nodded. That's right. It's the Royal Regent's hometown. The Yu Academy member sucked in a breath of cold air, and his gaze immediately changed as he looked at the spacecraft. One's hometown was very important to a person, and in the Great Yu Empire, the people with the highest authority were the Royal Regent and Wendy Yushan. Someone from the Royal Regent's hometown was very important. It was no wonder why Hallmaster Tianming had to personally welcome these cultivators. As the spacecraft came to a stop, the hatch opened and a group of soldiers walked out and lined up on both sides. Then an explorer walked out. It was obvious that he was from the military, and he had a serious expression as he disembarked. Behind that explorer was Xiaoyu. It had been 2 years since they had parted, and she had changed slightly. She had become colder, which was related to her battle techniques. As one of the 3 snow maidens under Bai Shui, she had traveled through the apocalyptic lands alone to Nanjing. This woman's willpower was strong and few could match it. Back then she had only been a seeker, but now she was a sentinel. Behind Xiaoyu was Feng Hong, an instructor for the new recruits under Zhou Xian of Nanjing. He had a good relationship with Lu Yin and was now a sentinel as well. Behind him was Luo Yi, a woman who had once seduced Lu Yin and feared the apocalypse. Her appearance had become more charming, and she had also reached the sentinel realm. Behind her was Qin Xian, also from Nanjing. Lu Yin had rarely met her, and she was also a sentinel. Behind her was Huan Sha from the capital. She had helped Zhang Dingtian stabilize the situation. She hadn't wanted to leave Earth, but when she heard that Zhang Dingtian had gone missing, she had resolutely left to search for him. These 5 were all acquaintances of Lu Yin's, especially Feng Hong and Luo Yi, who had a good relationship with them. Behind them were a number of young powerhouses from Earth, most of them seekers with the occasional sentinel. Earth had undergone great changes, and the sentinel realm was no longer as unreachable as it had once been. However, it wasn't easy to reach either. In the distance, Tianming looked at his gadget, which displayed the information of all the cultivators on Earth. Among them, there were a few that were worth paying attention to: Huan Sha, Awakened Talent, Simulation Analysis; Qin Xian, Awakened Talent, Solution; Fu Xiaoshu, Awakened Talent, Illusion; Zhen Tong, Awakened Talent, Flower; Song Shi, Awakened Talent, Wind. A total of 5 people had awakened their innate gifts, which was somewhat inconceivable to Tianming. Innate gifts were 1 in a billion, and any cultivator with an awakened innate gift could join the 10 Arbiters' Council unconditionally. There weren't many cultivators with awakened innate gifts in the entire Great Yu Empire, so it was inconceivable that 5 had awakened innate gifts on a small planet like Earth. Even the captain of the 12th Squadron, Banjiu, was investigating Earth's information to find out the reason. Feng Hong looked at the vast Xenu star, and when he looked up he could clearly see the 3 rings around it. This is the scene that Brother Lu saw 2 years ago, and now we're seeing it as well. Luo Yi had a complicated expression. He was just a captain back then, but now he's a genius powerhouse who's popular in the universe. Old Feng were lagging too far behind. Feng Hong laughed. don't compare yourself to him. Anyone who does is retarded, haha. Huan Sha scanned her surroundings, but what she saw was different from the others. She was analyzing the space station, and no matter how she analyzed it, the station's defenses were impenetrable against attacks of the same level. This was the Great Yu Empire's Xinyu Star. Zhao Yu looked up. She had come to Xinyu Star to search for Bai Shui, shouldering the hopes of countless brothers and sisters in the blue camp. They couldn't let her go missing for no reason. Chapter 349. Not too far away from Zhao Yu, a beautiful girl was curiously looking around her with excitement. She had finally left Earth. Back then she had watched so many powerhouses compete against each other on a screen. Those fascinating battles, strange innate gifts, and terrifying battle techniques had all fascinated her. It was precisely because she had watched the Astral Combat Tournament that Zhen Tong had decided to come to Xinyu Star. She wanted to leave Earth so that she could be like Lu Yin and broadcast her image to the entire universe one day. Most of the people here had the same thoughts as Zhen Tong. On the other side, Fu Xiaoshu's expression was calm, but there was a burning passion deep in his eyes. His family had undergone a huge change and he no longer had the motivation to survive on Earth. He had spent his days eating and waiting for death like a beggar. He would never forget the image on the screen that day. The moment the words Earth had appeared on the screen, he had understood the meaning of his life. When he had seen Lu Yin's elegance in battle, he knew what he should pursue. Amongst the crowd, there was an exceptionally boorish young man. He was Song Shi, and he had also witnessed the Astral Combat Tournament. At that time he had been in the forest trying to sense the flow of the wind. He had also seen the battles in the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest. That had made him certain that he would follow Lu Yin for the rest of his life. This person was the pinnacle of his life. Many cultivators from Earth waited nervously and expectantly for the following arrangements. They had stood out from the millions of cultivators on Earth, and they would definitely return in glory in the future. Clap, 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 clap. Tianming approached the crowd with a smile. Everyone looked at Tianming. Greetings, cultivators from Earth. My name is Tianming and I am the Hall Master of Yu Academy. From now on you will join Yu Academy and receive the Great Yu Empire's harshest training. A few days later in East San Dios, Lu Yin frowned at Barley. Did you really relay what I said to you Xianxia and Xiaohua? Barley was terrified. Yes, word for word. Lu Yin was puzzled. What did they say? They said that they needed to prepare. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Prepare? They didn't say what they needed to prepare? Barley shook his head. Lu Yin did not understand. Why did they need so long to prepare some money? The Frost Moon sect and Water Moon Villa shouldn't be that poor, right? Or had they given him too much money to prepare? Impossible, these forces would not place their bets on a single person. It was impossible for them to give him too many resources. That was strange. Could it be that they were lying to him? Inform Yu Xianxia and Xiaohua to report to San Dios immediately. Barry hurriedly agreed. The monkey cackled. Seventh bro, they're ignoring you. I told you that you were wrong. You're just a limiter, so even if the 10 arbiters abdicate, it won't have much to do with you. There will be explorers fighting amongst the younger generation just like the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. You want to get involved? What a joke. Lu Yin casually blocked off the monkey as he was too talkative. 2 more days passed, and on this day, Lu Yin received a message from the Great Yu Empire's finance minister, Gavin. Water Moon Villa had sent a merchant group to the Great Yu Empire, saying that they wanted to help the country recover from the war. Lu Yin was speechless and he facepalmed. He had the urge to curse out loud. Water Moon Villa had misunderstood his intentions and he had been too reserved. Now he could only rely on the Frost Moon sect, but he had a bad premonition about this. Sure enough, Hu Qingshan contacted Lu Yin that afternoon, telling him that the 9-stack sect had contacted them and that they would not take advantage of the situation to attack Frostwave Weave. They had clearly expressed their friendliness, but they also said that the Frost Moon sect had sent people to intervene. Lu Yin was in complete despair. He had been too reserved and these idiots had misunderstood his intentions. Next time he would directly ask for money. Fortunately he had blocked off the monkey or else the monkey would have laughed at him. Lu Yin activated his gadget and started researching how to quickly earn money when Mira suddenly appeared with a strange smile on her face. She seemed to be taking pleasure in his misfortune. Lu Yin's heart sank when he saw her smile and he had a bad premonition. "What's the matter, Sister Mira?" Mira chuckled. "You're in big trouble, Representative Lu." Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he looked at Mira. He suddenly thought of Puyu. That guy had been investigating Lu Yin's blockade of Fire's Melt Planet's 3 military planets, but there had been no news from him. "Did Puyu make a move?" Mira nodded. "Puyu has publicized your actions against Fire's Melt Planet. Right now, nearly 100 organizations from Grand Top Weave, Lars Weave and Wuri Weave are jointly suing you. They're accusing you of abusing your authority, interfering in the Outerverse war, destroying the balance of power and arranging for others to be punished. There are dozens of charges that have been sent to Arbiter Wen." She then laughed exaggeratedly. "Representative Lu, these charges make me angry." Lu Yin fell silent and his expression turned serious. Puyu had been in the Outerverse Youth Council for too long, and he was deeply rooted in the organization. In just a few days he had managed to unite over 100 organizations to oppose Lu Yin. This was quite terrifying and it had fully exposed his authority. Of course, this was related to Darkstar Gorge, but it was even more related to Puyu himself. Mira smiled at Lu Yin's silence. She liked seeing Lu Yin like this and for some reason she felt an indescribable sense of pleasure. She had been like this ever since she had been teased during the border war. Mira's snow-white calves bounced up and down, and her bare feet were as white as jade. They dazzled Lu Yin's eyes and he looked up at her seriously. "How many organizations did you just say?" "More than 100. Mira tilted her head as if she had been the one to unite all of them. Lu Yin suddenly laughed. It was a very happy laugh and it was a heartless laugh. Mira blinked. "Are you stupid?" Lu Yin looked at Mira and raised a hand, causing his star energy to transform into a chessboard. "Sister Mira, if this chessboard has 1,000 pieces that all belong to you and one day someone suddenly reaches out and steals a few of them, what would you think?" "I'll chop off anyone who dares to touch them," Mira said matter-of-factly. "Why?" Lu Yin asked. Mira raised a brow. "What's mine is mine. No one can take it away." Lu Yin nodded and sighed. "That's right. What's yours is yours. That's what Arbiter Wen thinks as well." Myra's expression suddenly changed at Lu Yin's words and she stood up to leave. Lu Yin looked at her back and smiled faintly. Puyu had made a mistake this time. If he had joined forces with several organizations to resist Lu Yin, then Arbiter Wen might have punished him for the sake of balance. Unfortunately, Puyu had joined forces with more than 100 organizations, which fully exposed his authority in the Outerverse Youth Council. This authority should have belonged to the 10 arbiters, but Puyu had used it. More than 100 Outerverse organizations were equivalent to a few chess pieces out of 1,000. It would be strange if Arbiter Wen was happy that his own chess pieces had been used by someone else. Puyu had been too anxious. Perhaps he had been driven mad by Lu Yin and wanted to get rid of Lu Yin in one go, but he had gone too far. When Mira saw Xianxia again, her heart skipped a beat. Xianxia's expression did not look too good. "Arbiter Wen," Mira said. Xianxia grunted and looked at the allied organizations on the screen. His eyes flashed coldly. This Puyu was truly capable. He had managed to unite so many organizations in just a few days. What benefits had these organizations obtained from him? Was he trying to force Wen to punish Lu Yin? That was a little too much. "Arbiter Wen, Puyu isn't easy to control. Rumor has it that he's been trying to challenge the top 10 of the top 100 rankings in hopes of becoming one of the 10 arbiters," Mira said. Xianxia laughed. "10 arbiters? What 10 arbiters? The 10 of us aren't dead yet." Mira opened her mouth to say something, but Xianxia raised a hand to stop her. "The 10 arbiters are all backed by huge benefits and countless powerhouses. Abdicate? Who can force you? Age is just a joke. So what if you're in the top 10? There's a huge gap between us." Xianxia then stood up. "Get ready to return to the Innerverse." "Then what about Puyu and Lu Yin?" "Don't worry about them. Let them deal with it themselves. That Zhengwu fellow sent someone over as well. This place is getting more and more chaotic, but it's not bad." Xianxia then vanished. Mira looked at where Xianxia had disappeared and her eyes lit up. No wonder Lu Yin had been smiling so happily. Puyu had gone too far and he had actually helped Lu Yin. Puyu had been waiting for Xianxia to punish Lu Yin the entire time, but the result was too much nonsense. Puyu stared blankly at Xianxia's punishment, and an indescribable feeling of humiliation welled up within him. He had put in so much effort and even used Darkstar Gorge's power to unite the various powers. Even if he couldn't defeat Lu Yin, he still wanted to humiliate him. After all, Lu Yin was a member of the Council of Astral Academy, and he had to be a little more ruthless in order to defeat him. However, this was the result that he had received. Puyu smashed his gadget and roared in anger. He was a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, and he was only one step away from becoming one of the 10 arbiters. However, this step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The 10 arbiters could humiliate him at will, but he was not satisfied. He would definitely become one of the 10 arbiters, and then he would deal with both Lu Yin and Xianxia. At that moment, a pale-faced man walked over. It was Vulture, the Corpse King from the Neo-Human Alliance who had fought with Lu Yin on the giant planet. Puyu did not know his identity and Lu Yin did not expose him. This person was a spy that Lu Yin had placed by Puyu's side. Lord Puyu, something strange just happened, Vulture reported coldly. Puyu was extremely angry and his tone was unpleasant. What happened? Many pirates suddenly appeared in Grand Top Weave, Lars Weave and Wuri Weave. They attacked the various power space stations and caused huge losses, Vulture replied. Puyu frowned. What does that have to do with us? The powers that were attacked by the pirates are all the powers that joined together to resist Lu Yin. Puyu suddenly stood up and his expression changed. What did you say? All of them? Most of them, Vulture replied. Puyu's gaze turned cold. Speak clearly. Are all of them or most of them? Most of them, Vulture replied. Puyu frowned. This situation was indeed very strange. Pirates normally would not take the initiative to attack the various power space stations for fear of being surrounded. So why had this suddenly happened? Furthermore, most of the powers that were attacked had joined together to resist Lu Yin. Could it be that Lu Yin was backed by pirates? Chapter 350. Puyu suddenly recalled that Lu Yin had been able to join the Council of Astral Academy because of his results in the Astral Combat Tournament, but he had been falsely accused by Night Queen Yanqing of being a pirate. In the end, it had been a girl from the Day-Night clan who had testified to clear his name. It was because of this that a series of events had followed. Could it be that Night Queen Yanqing had not falsely accused him? Was Lu Yin a pirate? Otherwise, why would so many pirates help him? It wasn't just Puyu. Xianxia had also received the news. Just like Puyu, Lu Yin had the support of pirates. Many people were speculating. Lu Yin was dumbfounded and he felt as if he had eaten a fly. So many pirates had attacked the space stations of the various powers, but most of those powers had been against him. The timing had also been so coincidental that no one would believe that he had no connection to the pirates. Who was trying to frame him? Barley looked at Lu Yin strangely. Was this person a pirate? Seventh bro, are you a pirate? The monkey asked curiously. Lu Yin was speechless. At this moment his gadget received a communication request from an unknown number. Lu Yin's expression changed and he dismissed Barley. At the same time he blocked the monkey and opened the call. A screen appeared and Uncle Ruben was on it. Long time no see, little Yin, Uncle Ruben greeted Lu Yin. Lu Yin was puzzled by Uncle Ruben's strange tone. Uncle Ruben's tone had always been cold, but now there was a forceful gentleness to him. Lu Yin was not used to it. What is it, Uncle? Uncle Ruben coughed twice. Nothing, I just wanted to show some concern for you. Lu Yin's expression grew more and more strange. He suddenly thought of something and his expression turned ugly. Uncle, what's your relationship with the pirates? Uncle Ruben looked embarrassed. Lu Yin was speechless. So it was you guys. I knew you were acting weird today. Tell me, what's your family's relationship with the pirates? Ahem, little Yin, my family has always treated you well. You know that, right? Uncle Ruben laughed dryly. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Uncle, stop laughing. It's too creepy. Uncle Ruben's expression changed. Actually, little Yin, you should know about Big Sis Wish. Lu Yin nodded. I've heard that she wants to return to a certain place. I'll tell you now. Wait, Uncle, Aren't you afraid of being monitored? Lu Yin was surprised. Uncle Reuben shook his head and held it high. There's no need to be afraid because we have already returned to that place. From now on it's not just us, little Yin, you don't have to be afraid of anyone. Remember, Uncle's referring to anyone. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I have a background now? Uncle Reuben's lips curled up. Not bad. You now have a backer and you're no longer a wanderer. From now on you, Lu Yin, are a member of the Cosmic Seas Leon's Armada. Lu Yin's Uncle Reuben. 1. Uncle Reuben nodded. That's right. We're one of the 4 pirate lords and we're publicly recognized as the strongest of the 4 pirate lords. Leon's Armada is a power that's strong enough to strike fear into the innerverse and outerverse. Uncle Reuben, Reuben's Reuben. Reuben. Uncle Reuben pursed his lips and nodded. Pirate King Heizage Reuben. Lu Yin was speechless. He was actually one of the Pirate King's people? His family had never mentioned anything about him being related to the Pirate King. Uncle, is Big Sis also part of Leon's Armada? Nonsense. Let me tell you, it wasn't Big Sister who saved you back then. When you fell into the Cosmic Sea, it was Boss who saved you. Big Sister was the one who took care of you. Later, for some reason, Big Sister and Boss had a falling out and she ran away with you. If it weren't for that reason, you would be receiving training in Leon's big army and becoming a glorious Cosmic Sea warrior, Uncle Reuben replied. A glorious pirate. Lu Yin grinned. Uncle Reuben's expression turned serious. Do you look down on pirates? Lu Yin hurriedly shook his head. Of course not. Good. Uncle Reuben heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Lu Yin seriously. Little Yin, both Boss and Big Sis took good care of you. From the moment you were rescued by Boss, you were part of Leon's Armada and the Pirate King's people. You can't change that. You probably don't know what the 4 Pirate Kings mean. It means that they're very strong. In the tournament of the strongest, just the Arcadian arrow crew was enough to make people like the Sword Sect feel apprehensive. Uncle Reuben nodded. The Cosmic Sea is a mystical place that connects the innerverse and the neoverse. Anyone who wants to travel between the 2 universes must pass through the Cosmic Sea. And the only ones qualified to roam the Cosmic Sea are the various great battalions. Actually, many powers in the universe have sent battalions to the Cosmic Sea, but most of them have failed. There are very few who can survive in the Cosmic Sea, including powers like the Sword Sect and the Day-Night Clan. The 4 Pirate Kings are an obstacle that cannot be avoided. Even the powerhouses of the Neoverse who want to pass through the Cosmic Sea have to greet the 4 Pirate Kings. It's just like the Astral River arc that connects the innerverse and outerverse. The only difference is that the Astral River flow zone envoys have to listen to the orders of the various powers, but the 4 Pirate Kings don't. They are the overlords of the Cosmic Sea. Uncle Reuben paused for a moment before continuing. There's no point in telling you all this. You don't even understand what the 4 Pirate Kings represent. Let me put it this way. Uncle Reuben's face was filled with arrogance. Even if the 10 arbiters want to enter the Neoverse, they have to greet the 4 Pirate Kings first before they can enter. If they don't, then they won't be able to enter. Otherwise, they will be hunted down by the 4 Pirate Kings. These are the 4 Pirate Kings. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. The 10 Arbiters Council was far too powerful. Not only did they represent the 10 individuals, but they also represented the countless powers of the universe behind them. Puyu alone was able to unite more than 100 powers in the Outerverse, which showed just how great the 10 Arbiters' influence was. Even such people had to greet the 4 Pirate Kings. It was no wonder why a mere Arcadian arrow crew was able to intimidate the Sword Sect and the Day-Night Clan. What do the 4 Pirate Kings rely on to roam the Cosmic Sea? Their familiarity with the Cosmic Sea? Lu Yin asked. Uncle Reuben was haughty. Of course not. They rely on their own strength. The Pirate King Heizage Leon once ventured into the technocracy alone and returned safely. That is the strength of the boss. Lu Yin sucked in a breath of cold air. The fact that Lu Yin had ventured into the technocracy alone was enough to explain everything. Every once in a while, there would be a super powerhouse who ventured into the technocracy alone. These people usually met with miserable fates, but those who were qualified to venture into the technocracy were all super powerhouses. Even now, Lu Yin had never met a powerhouse of that level, and Heizage Leon was one of them. Now you know who your backer is. Uncle Reuben exhaled and his face was filled with pride. Although he was still cold, his dejected expression had changed. Now that he had returned to Leon's armada, he felt much more confident. Lu Yin nodded, but his expression quickly turned ugly. Even if that's the case, you guys didn't have to scam me. Uncle Reuben coughed awkwardly. We didn't scam you. It's just that the boss was unhappy with the actions of those powers, so he taught them a lesson. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. That's what you scammed me for. Uncle Reuben looked at Lu Yin seriously. Little Yin, the boss asked me to pass on a message to you. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. What is it? Uncle Reuben thought for a moment. The boss asked me to tell you, little brat, don't be afraid. Play as much as you want. If anyone bullies you, I'll help you get back at them. Remember, you have my support. That's all. Lu Yin was stunned. This sounded like a curse, but it made him feel warm and protected. Little Yin, the boss's words are simple. In this universe, no one can bully you. It doesn't matter if you lose a battle at the same level, since no one will help you. However, if someone sends an elder to bully you, then the boss will take action. You don't understand, but the Day-Night clan and the other powers know what it means to have the Pirate King take action. The boss's power is unimaginable, so play as much as you want. You have a backer now, Uncle Reuben said solemnly. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. These words did not sound like they were meant for him, but more like Heizage Leon wanted to play. For example, if Lu Yin did not handle this situation well, then he would be in trouble in the future. His reputation for colluding with pirates would be enough to cut him off from certain positions, such as being one of the 10 arbiters. Uncle, isn't the Pirate King unreliable? Lu Yin probed. Uncle Reuben was furious. Don't spout nonsense. The boss is very reliable and his tyrant's blade is enough to deal with everything. Lu Yin's face twitched. So you're saying that he can only use force to deal with everything? Uncle Reuben opened his mouth, but then his expression turned awkward. Lu Yin despaired. Fine, he was now sure that the Pirate King was a muscle man who relied on force to deal with everything. He was very reliable as a backer, but it would be a miracle if he did not help. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. In any case, you can do things boldly. However, the boss also reminded us not to help you on our own. You have to make your own way, and you're still a member of Leon's armada. Right, the boss has a gift for you. Uncle Reuben ended the call. Lu Yin hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. He was speechless as he had actually wanted some money. Forget it, he would think about it later. However, if the Pirate King had given him a gift, could it be money? At this moment, Mira contacted him. Arbiter Wen wanted to see him. Lu Yin sighed as he knew that Arbiter Wen would definitely want to see him. Not long after, in a corner of San Dios, when Xianxia stood outside a study with a book in his hands. Lu Yin walked over and respectfully greeted Arbiter Wen. When Xianxia put down his book and gestured for Lu Yin to sit down. Lu Yin sat down. Arbiter Wen, do you have any instructions for me? When Xianxia smiled. Nothing much. Puyu just accused you of abusing your authority, and over 100 organizations have joined forces to boycott you. Lu Yin felt helpless. Counselor Puyu has a bad opinion of me and he's been trying to frame me time and time again. Frame you? When Xianxia looked up at Lu Yin, waiting for an explanation. He had not wanted to look for Lu Yin in the first place, as Puyu's plan had been foiled as a warning. However, the pirates had attacked the various large organizations, which had piqued when Xianxia's interest in Lu Yin. He did not know if Lu Yin had any connections to the pirates. Chapter 351. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Yes, this isn't the first time I've crossed paths with Counselor Puyu. Back then, I accepted a mission from my mentor and headed to the giant planet in the umbral butterfly weave to complete it. I just so happened to run into someone sent by Counselor Puyu. I fought with that person and I casually mentioned that that person looked like a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. Perhaps that's why Counselor Puyu has a lot of opinions about me. When Xianxia's gaze turned cold. The Neo-Human Alliance? Who is it? Lu Yin replied, it's just a joke. The universe is vast and there are many different techniques. There should be quite a few that are similar to the Neo-Human Alliances. Which one? When Xianxia asked, his eyes filled with endless coldness. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment. Someone called Vulture. When Xianxia nodded and retracted his gaze. So that's how it is. He really does have a strong opinion of you. After all, anyone who gets involved with the Neo-Human Alliance has committed a serious crime. Lu Yin, don't say such things in the future. Lu Yin nodded in understanding. By the way, the Outerverse pirates have been rampant recently. Pay attention to them and if possible cooperate with the various powers to eliminate them, when Xianxia said. Lu Yin nodded and quickly left. When Xianxia's eyes widened as an indescribable pressure engulfed the entirety of San Dios. He was like the ruler of the heavens, overlooking all of San Dios. He saw Lu Yin, Mira, Puyu and many others. He also saw Vulture. No one noticed this pressure. Even Puyu only felt his heart tighten, but he didn't think too much about it. When Xianxia stared fixedly at Vulture. His eyes flickered but he quickly retracted his gaze. His expression was gloomy. It was indeed a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. When Xianxia had not paid much attention to this person at first since his disguise was quite brilliant. He'd thought that Lu Yin was just spouting nonsense and he'd rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. He hadn't expected that he'd actually found something. Why did the Neo-Human Alliance's corpse king follow Puyu? How was Puyu related to this person? When Xianxia pondered but did not immediately make a move. After thinking for a while he got up and left San Dios. Puyu's status was not to be trifled with. Even if Vulture was a corpse king of the Neo-Human Alliance, there was no evidence to prove that the Neo-Human Alliance was working together. Puyu could claim that he did not know anything about the Neo-Human Alliance. At most he would be charged with the crime of failing to supervise the Neo-Human Alliance. In the end he would only be able to capture Vulture. Lu Yin wanted to investigate Darkstar Gorge and see if Puyu had been deceived as well, or if the entire Darkstar Gorge was a stronghold of the Neo-Human Alliance. If it was proven that Puyu was in cahoots with the Neo-Human Alliance, when Xianxia's eyes would turn cold. There would be no need for evidence, he would simply kill him. In order to divert Wen Xianxia's attention he had no choice but to use the method that he had used to deal with Puyu. This nail had been nailed into the ground for a long time, but it was a pity that he had used it too early. It should not have been able to topple Puyu, but it should have been enough to allow Lu Yin to escape. Nothing was more important than the Neo-Human Alliance, and Wen Xianxia's attention should have been focused on Puyu and Vulture. He just didn't know how Puyu would deal with this situation. If he were in Puyu's shoes he definitely would not have made this matter public. At the very least he wouldn't have done so before investigating whether or not Puyu knew anything about this. However, Puyu would not have an easy time in the coming days, as he had already been targeted by the 10 arbiters. What a pity a good nail was gone. He unblocked the monkey but the monkey did not make a sound. He was already used to this. Monkey, have you heard of the cosmic sea? Nonsense. The monkey's tone wasn't very pleasant. Tell me, Lu Yin said. The monkey snorted. I'm not in the mood. Alright then I'll ask and you'll answer. After a pause Lu Yin asked, who's the strongest power in the cosmic sea? The 4 pirate lords. Who's the strongest of the 4 pirate lords? Each of them has their own merits, but the one with the strongest individual power should be Zhou Xian. He's a freak, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. If I were Zhou Xian's subordinate, what do you think would happen? The monkey sneered. You. 7th bro, it's not that I want to discourage you, but Leon's armada almost never accepts Limiters unless their innate gifts are incomparably high. Even then it's very difficult to enter Zhou Xian's eyes. He doesn't care about geniuses. Even if Lu Xiaoqiu, Starsabil and the others wanted to join, he would reject them without hesitation. You know so much about Zhou Xian? Lu Yin was puzzled. The monkey solemnly replied, if you know about the cosmic sea, then you must know about the pirate king Zhou Xian. His strength is unparalleled and his name is known throughout the universe. Even our astral beast domain is wary of him. His influence is no less than that of the Day-Night clan's 3rd Night King. You can imagine how terrifying he is. Otherwise, how could he become the pirate king of the entire universe and slap the faces of countless powers? Has he slapped many people's faces? Lu Yin was curious. The monkey snickered. Haven't you heard of it? There's a saying in the universe. Whatever the pirate king wants, you have to give it to him. If you don't have it, you have to give it to him. Whatever he wants, you have to give it to him. It has nothing to do with whether you have it or not. Lu Yin's heart surged and he was fascinated. How domineering, how shameless, but he liked it. By the way, why are you suddenly asking about this? The monkey was puzzled. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm from Leon's Armada. The monkey disdainfully replied, keep bragging. Leon's Armada doesn't care about geniuses. Have you forgotten about Xianxia? Rumor has it that Leon's Armada wants to recruit him personally, Lu Yin said. The monkey sneered, seventh bro, don't blame me for putting you down. Although you sound like you're on the same level as Xianxia in the eyes of others, you can't compare to him. He's someone who made a name for himself in the cosmic sea and he's much stronger than you. Let me put it this way. If the sword sect wants to rope you in, they'll give you the same status as Lu Xiaoqiu. But if they want to rope in Xianxia, they'll give him the status of an elder instead of a disciple, even if he's just a limiter. Do you understand now? Some things can't be measured by battle prowess. This is the influence of the cosmic sea. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The cosmic sea was a place that only true powerhouses dared to explore. One day he would go there and meet Heizij Leon, his boss. In the outerverse Sedonis Weave, there was a dark area with countless stars hanging from it. It looked like a canyon. This was Darkstar Gorge, and it was also the strongest power in Adonis Weave. Puyu had been born here. Darkstar Gorge was tyrannical in its conduct, and it had unified Adonis Weave. Not only that, but it had also borrowed Puyu's authority to control many resource planets in other weaves. For example, the Wuri Weave's Bushtree planet had always been a training ground for Darkstar Gorge. On this day, a figure appeared in Darkstar Gorge. He raised a long blade and directly cut through Darkstar Gorge's famous Adonis Weave's blockade line. That one slash had cut through the stars, and it was as if the entire universe had been split in two. Multiple fleets had been destroyed, and that indescribably powerful slash had instantly killed explorers without even giving them a chance to resist. Even a cruiser and a hunter had been killed. That one slash had shocked the heavens, and it had shaken Adonis Weave and even the outerverse. Darkstar Gorge had been scared witless by that one slash. News of the slash that had cut through Darkstar Gorge quickly spread, and Puyu also heard about it. He couldn't help but tremble. Who could be so terrifying as to possess such indescribable strength? Darkstar Gorge was one of the strongest powers in the outerverse 72 weaves, and it even had an almighty powerhouse with a power level of over 200,000. Even so, it had still been unable to prevent this tragedy. It had only been one slash, and it had been a warning. Lu Yin also heard the news, and he immediately knew that this was a gift from Heizij Leon. However, this gift was too great, and it was so great that he almost couldn't bear it. Just one slash had been enough to split the universe apart. This power level was truly shocking. Lu Yin did not have a clear idea of what this was. Lu Yin had no idea, but when Xianxia was different. Ever since he had discovered Vulture's identity, he had immediately headed to Darkstar Gorge. Unfortunately, he had been a step too late, and he had not encountered the powerhouse who had cut through Darkstar Gorge with a single slash. However, when he had arrived, he had still sensed that power as well as the strength of that slash. When Xianxia's face turned solemn. A single slash with a power level of over 200,000? Who could possess such power level? Was this a warning to Darkstar Gorge? Darkstar Gorge also had an almighty powerhouse with a power level of over 200,000, but that was only one aspect. When Xianxia felt that this slash definitely surpassed that of the almighty powerhouse from Darkstar Gorge. Dare I ask, is Arbiter Wen here? An aged voice sounded from afar, and an elder walked out of the void and looked at Wen Xianxia with a kind expression. When Xianxia's face turned solemn. So it's Elder Wu. Please forgive me for entering Darkstar Gorge without permission. Elder Wu was an almighty enlighter from Darkstar Gorge with a power level of over 200,000. He was also a well-known powerhouse in the outerverse, and Puyu had been taught by him. Even the 10 arbiters had to treat an almighty powerhouse with a power level of over 200,000 seriously. Elder Wu smiled at Wen Xianxia. Arbiter Wen is too serious. It's Darkstar Gorge's fortune to welcome Arbiter Wen. When Xianxia exchanged a few more pleasantries with Elder Wu before looking at the broken universe. Elder Wu looked over as well, and his face turned solemn. I admit that I can't do such a thing. When did such a powerhouse appear in the outerverse? This is a warning to Darkstar Gorge. When Xianxia nodded. Elder Wu, has Darkstar Gorge offended anyone recently? Elder Wu shook his head. Dark Star Gorge has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. We shouldn't have offended such a powerhouse. When Xianxia suddenly thought of something. The pirates had attacked a joint power, and Dark Star Gorge had been warned by a single slash. Could this be related to Lu Yin? He carefully recalled all the information he had gathered about Lu Yin and his eyes narrowed. This person had risen to prominence only 3 years ago, but he had already accomplished something that even a genius like Lu Xiaoqiu could not do in 20 years. Was his background really just the Great Yu Empire? Impossible. When Xianxia immediately rejected the notion. Lu Yin definitely had someone backing him, and this slash was most likely a warning to Dark Star Gorge, or rather to Puyu. To be able to mobilize an almighty powerhouse with a power level of 200,000, the power behind Lu Yin must be extremely terrifying. Even for a power like the Blaze Realm, almighty powerhouses were existences that controlled their destiny and would not be easily mobilized, let alone for the sake of a junior. To be able to mobilize such a powerhouse it will meant that the power behind him was terrifying. Arbiter Wen, have you thought of something? Elder Wu asked. When Xianxia smiled. I'm just thinking about the almighty powerhouses that have entered and left the Outerverse recently. I'm hoping to find some clues. Elder Wu's face turned solemn. Thank you for your concern for Dark Star Gorge's safety, Arbiter Wen. Chapter 352. When Xianxia waved a hand. Counselor Puyu was born in Dark Star Gorge, and Dark Star Gorge is a friend of the 10 Arbiters Council. If a friend is in trouble, it's my duty to help. When Xianxia then changed the topic. Elder Wu, can you show me around Dark Star Gorge? Elder Wu immediately gestured for them to enter, and the two entered. The events in the Outerverse weren't that big, but the impact was significant. After all, it was related to the 10 Arbiters Council. Guesses about Lu Yin's identity quickly spread, and the Day-Night clan added fuel to the fire by mentioning that Lu Yin was a pirate. This caused quite a few people to become angry. It was true that pirates had attacked the organizations that had joined together to resist Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had no way to explain this. Fortunately, there was no concrete evidence, so everything was just speculation. When Xianxia stayed in Dark Star Gorge for 2 whole days before leaving. He had a strange expression on his face, as he hadn't found anything related to the Neo-Human Alliance in Dark Star Gorge. Was Puyu's alliance with the Neo-Human Alliance his own decision? If that was the case, then Puyu was too bold. Mira, use the Council's power to suppress the speculation that Lu Yin is a pirate. Don't let anyone harm Lu Yin, when Xianxia ordered. Mira was puzzled. Arbiter Wen, we need to investigate whether Lu Yin is a pirate or not. What if he really is a pirate? Don't worry about it. Suppress it immediately, when Xianxia ordered decisively. Mira immediately acknowledged the order. When Xianxia cut off the call and his eyes flashed. Although he hadn't found any evidence of Dark Star Gorge colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, that didn't mean that Puyu didn't have other organizations backing him. He didn't want to alert the enemy just yet, so he needed to use Lu Yin to keep Puyu in check. He couldn't stay in the Outerverse forever. So what if Lu Yin was a pirate? Nothing was more important than the Neo-Human Alliance. However, Lu Yin wasn't simple either, and he definitely had other organizations backing him. When Xianxia needed someone to keep him in check as well. When Xianxia thought of the person Night King Zhenwu had arranged for. He had originally wanted to transfer that person away, but after some thought he felt that a tripartite balance of power wasn't a bad idea. In the Outerverse, on a giant planet belonging to the Nalan family, Madame Nalan Lu Fuxia was staring at a screen in shock. Lu Yin's introduction was displayed on the screen. Ever since the Astral Combat Tournament, Lu Fuxia had made use of the Nalan family's influence to investigate Lu Yin. She had only managed to find out the results today, and the results were unbelievable. On the surface, Lu Yin was King Zishan of the Frostwave Weave's Great Yu Empire, and he had the bloodline of the Zishan family. He had come from Earth, and although he looked ordinary, his surname was not. It was a primeval surname. More importantly, the Nalan family had managed to uncover more information about Lu Yin that not even the Great Yu Empire knew. Lu Yin had once been tried by the 10 Arbiters Council. For some reason, the universe started to view certain people as enemies. These people all had one thing in common, and that was their unique surnames. For example, Lu Xia and Lu These surnames were known as primeval surnames. The entire universe viewed the primeval surnames with hostility, and those with primeval surnames had either been recognized and given legal status over the long years, such as on Earth in the Great Yu Empire, where there were many people with primeval surnames, or they had resisted the hostility of others, such as the Sword Sect's Lu family. However, most of them had disappeared over the course of time. Lu Fuxia had always been interested in Lu Yin's surname, and the Nalan family's investigation had shifted from Lu Yin's appearance in the Great Yu Empire to the primeval surnames. Because of this, she had managed to find out about Lu Yin and a tragedy that had occurred 5 years ago. 5 years ago, someone had reported that a certain group had taken in someone with primeval surnames. The 10 Arbiters Council had tried the group and sent them to the Outerverse. 72 people had died during that time, but this incident did not have much of an impact and did not attract much attention. It should have been over, but now Lu Fuxia had brought it up again. If Lu Yin had been an ordinary person, this incident would not have attracted much attention since only a few dozen people had died. However, Lu Yin was different now. He had multiple identities and had even become a true 10 Arbiters candidate. This incident had a huge impact since he had a grudge against the 10 Arbiters. Lu Fuxia immediately turned off her screen and looked at outer space with a complicated expression. Lu Yin had a grudge against the 10 Arbiters and he was slowly climbing up the ladder. This young man had ambition, methods, and even opportunities. His background was complicated and he might even be related to pirates. Was everything he was doing now to seek justice for what had happened all those years ago? Lu Fuxia gripped her wine glass. She really wanted to know which arbiter had proposed the trial of the Lu surname. That person would be Lu Yin's greatest enemy. Lu Fuxia now had 2 choices. She could either give up on Lu Yin and not rope him in. After all, this young man had a great enemy in the 10 Arbiters, and his future was filled with danger. Every single arbiter represented more than just themselves, and there were also countless powers that supported them. Otherwise, they would not have such a high status. The other choice was to watch from the sidelines and occasionally help him, but she would not involve herself too much in order to prevent herself from being implicated in the future. Lu Fuxia looked at the wine in her glass. At this moment, even she did not know what to choose. The second choice was not to support Lu Yin, but rather to help him occasionally. She was at a loss as the 10 Arbiters were too terrifying. Even the Sword Sect would not dare to make an enemy out of them. Everyone believed that the 10 Arbiters had absolute martial strength and powerful backgrounds, but Lu Fuxia knew much more than that. The 10 Arbiters had more than that. They had a foundation that even old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands feared. Lu Fuxia had only heard of such a foundation by chance and she was terrified. To help or not to help? Lu Fuxia was truly at a loss. 10 days passed by in a flash and Lu Yin spent these 10 days very peacefully. Puyu did not cause any trouble for him, and the rumors about him being a pirate gradually disappeared. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. When Xianxia had also left San Dios a few days ago and returned to the Innerverse. In other words, the true rulers of San Dios were now Puyu and Lu Yin. Even though Lu Yin had been stripped of his status as an acting counselor, his status was still the highest among all of Wendy Yushan's subordinates. He was even on the same level as Wendy Yushan, so her former subordinates still listened to him, especially Barley. 2 days ago, Lu Yin and Puyu had taken care of some matters at the San Dios Tower. Puyu ignored Lu Yin. When Xianxia could guess that the warning to the people of Darkstar Gorge was related to Lu Yin, then Puyu could as well. Puyu now looked at Lu Yin with a gaze full of fear. Lu Yin did not take the initiative to cause trouble for Puyu, as he knew that Puyu would not live for long. Vulture's existence had already kicked Puyu into the abyss. When Xianxia had not acted yet because he was checking to see if there was anyone else backing Puyu. Once he was sure Puyu would be finished. But if Puyu was finished, then who would be in charge of San Dios? 10 Arbiters would definitely not hand San Dios over to Lu Yin or Wendy Yushan. It seemed that a new counselor would be arriving soon. On this day, San Dios welcomed Wendy Yushan's new subordinates, Yu Xianzi and An Xiaohua. The 2 arrived at almost the same time and reported to Lu Yin. Barley led the 2 into Lu Yin's courtyard and respectfully asked for instructions. "Let brother in," Lu Yin replied. Barley nodded and gestured for An Xiaohua to enter. Xianxi's expression turned ugly. What about me? Barley replied apologetically, please wait a moment, Xianxi. Counselor Lu will definitely see you one by one. Xianxi snorted and unhappily stood to the side. And Xiaohua knew about the old grudge between her and Lu Yin, as Lu Yin had even cheated her at Shenwu Continent Space Station. He smiled nonchalantly and entered the courtyard. His goal in coming here was simple: to get close to Lu Yin. If this person really did have a chance to compete for the position of 10 arbiters in the future, then Xiaohua would have a ladder to climb up. After all, the two of them were about the same age and the current 10 arbiters were much older than them. They would eventually have to wait until those 10 arbiters abdicated. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Lu Yin would have a chance to compete for the position one day. Watermoon Villa did not want to fall behind. When he saw Xiaohua, Lu Yin was unhappy that he had not been paid, but he still put on a good front. Brother, and it's been a few months since we last met. How have you been? As he spoke, Lu Yin invited Xiaohua to sit down and poured him a cup of water. Xiaohua replied politely and sighed. It's been a few months since we last met. I never thought that Brother Lu would not only become the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest, but also an acting counselor of the Outerverse Youth Council. Your accomplishments are truly astonishing. Lu Yin laughed. Forget about being an acting counselor. Someone else removed me from that position, huh? Xiaohua smiled. Even if you're not an acting counselor, Brother Lu's status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy isn't too bad. In the Outerverse East and West San Dios, Brother Lu's status is definitely within the top 5. Lu Yin took a sip of tea. Brother, and I'm very curious. How did you pass the trial back then? Your particle camera seems to have been destroyed as well. Xiaohua replied, I'm not like Brother Lu, who dared to ask the 10 arbiters to judge. I asked a space-exploring powerhouse to judge and provide some information. That was how I passed the trial. Lu Yin understood. As expected of a large organization, as long as one could leave Shenwu Continent alive, they would be able to pass the trial. Lu Yin guessed that the information had been discovered long ago, but they had not mentioned it. Instead, they had given it to their disciples. This was one of the benefits of having a background, as everything was prepared. Over the next 2 hours, Lu Yin and Xiaohua got to know more about the situation in Watermoon Villa and the general situation in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone. What Lu Yin was most interested in wasn't a powerful organization like Myriad Swords Peak, but rather the Soul Dream Tribe. The Soul Dream Tribe was filled with beauties and had connections with countless powers. This tribe had quite a bit of influence, and Lu Yin was not unfamiliar with them. Shiyu was from the Soul Dream Tribe, and the two of them had become somewhat connected due to a misunderstanding. However, it had been a long time since they had contacted each other, and Lu Yin wondered if the washboard had changed. I'll find some time to get to know each other better, Lu Yin thought to himself. Brother Lu, I'll take my leave first. If there's anything you need, just let me know, Xiaohua said in a more respectful tone. He was very clear about his position, and he knew that their statuses were different now. Lu Yin smiled and nodded, and he had Barley escort Xiaohua out. Chapter 353. Lu Yin sighed in admiration as he looked at Xiaohua's back. Many people misunderstood the disciples of influential families, believing that they were all trash who only knew how to eat and wait for death. In reality, these people had received an extraordinary education since they were young, and they had a mindset and self-restraint that ordinary people could not comprehend. Xiaohua was clearly the successor of Watermoon Villa, but he was still respectful to someone from a fringe outerverse weave like Lu Yin, and he even dared to humble himself. This was something that most people could not do. Xiaohua's perseverance and tenacity to achieve his goals were the result of his upbringing, and this kind of character made it easier for him to succeed. At the very least, Lu Yin admired Xiaohua, and he did not mind bringing him along in the future. However, there was one thing that Lu Yin hated. These people were overthinking things. He had clearly stated that he was lacking money, but these people had actually linked it to the economy. How troublesome. Xianxia quickly walked over. Lu Yin was not as courteous to her. The Frost Moon Sect and Watermoon Villa were similar in strength, but the Frost Moon Sect was located in the day-night flow zone. Lu Yin was not stupid, and he did not believe that the Frost Moon Sect would abandon the day-night clan for him. Xianxia had only come to express goodwill, but it was impossible for them to help him. Long time no see, Xianxia. How have you been? Lu Yin asked casually. Xianxia pursed her lips. Congratulations, brother Lu. What are you congratulating me for? Lu Yin was puzzled. Xianxia forced a smile. Congratulations on taking control of the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin quickly raised a hand to stop her. Xianxia, are you trying to trick me? I'm not in control and I'm just helping Counselor Wendy handle some matters. When she returns I'll abdicate. Xianxia sat across from Lu Yin and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Brother Lu, there's something that I've been curious about. Can you enlighten me? Lu Yin nodded. Go ahead. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Back on the Shenwu continent, Beiqing's behavior was very strange. Do you know why? Lu Yin almost spat out the tea in his mouth and he coughed. That's between you two. How would I know? Is that so? But I saw that Beiqing was often with you and every time you met his behavior became even stranger. Do you really not know? Xianxia probingly looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin put down his teacup feeling rather awkward. I don't know. By the way, Xianxia, I remember that you have a pair of twin junior sisters. Why didn't you bring them along? Xianxia's eyes flickered. She had only figured out what had happened to Beiqing after returning to the Astral Combat Academy. Beiqing's behavior was too strange and his words were strange as well. It would be strange if it had nothing to do with Lu Yin, but this guy had tricked her again. Brother Lu is talking about Qin Shui and Qin Mei, right? Why? Does Brother Lu like them? If you like them I'll give them to Brother Lu to warm your bed. Lu Yin was speechless. Okay, I'll warm your bed. Seventh bro, hurry up and agree. They're twins and they're cold on the outside but warm on the inside. The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin's head was numb from all the noise and he immediately blocked it off. He rejected Xianxia's kind intentions and had someone escort her out. From now on, Xianxia and Zhuang Xiaohua would officially stay in San Dios to help Wendy Yushan manage the matters of the younger generation. Lu Yin also learned that Wendy Yushan was about to arrive at San Dios, so he didn't have much time left. He had originally wanted to come to San Dios for two reasons. First, it was because of Jenny Anna and Yan Feng's wedding, and second, it was because he wanted to see what his family needed him to do. Now that he had ruined the wedding, even Fire's Melt planet was gone, and his family had returned to Leon's armada. It seemed that they didn't need him to do anything. In other words, he would be free from now on. Since Wendy Yushan had come to San Dios, the Great Yu Empire would definitely need someone to oversee it. Lu Yin thought about it and decided that he should return to the Great Yu Empire and unify the Frostwave Weave. Controlling the strength of a weave would have a certain effect on the outside world. More importantly, the Great Yu Empire would be rich at that time and Lu Yin would be even more powerful. Lu Yin's greatest goal right now was to break through to the Explorer realm as soon as possible so that he could roam the universe freely. Money, and that was exactly what he lacked. Just as Lu Yin was thinking about how to make money, he received a notice from the Lockbreaker Society that an internal exchange was about to be held on the Savage Ape planet. The Savage Ape planet was located in the vast Earthweave, and it was a very young planet. There was no civilization on it yet and there were only countless species without intelligence. The planet's rulers were savage apes, creatures that were over 100 meters tall. They were extremely violent and powerful, and every savage ape had the power level of a Lemmeter. There were even some that had power levels over 10,000. The Vast Earth Weave's ruling power, the Vast Earth Sect, had once tried to capture a savage ape to help them in battle, but they had failed. Savage apes were savage and violent and there was no way to control them. Half a month ago, a large spacecraft had accidentally landed on the Savage Ape planet and discovered a tree-shaped source box that contained a mysterious killing intent that even explorers couldn't approach. This news had spread and it had attracted the attention of the Lockbreaker Society. Because of this, many Lockbreakers had headed to the Savage Ape planet in order to unlock the tree-shaped source box. This was a common occurrence as ownerless source boxes could easily attract many Lockbreakers. This was the exchange, and whoever could unlock the source box would definitely be able to sell the items inside for a sky-high price. The vast Earthweave wasn't too far from San Dios, so Lu Yin didn't hesitate and immediately set off. He was short on money, and as long as he had money he was confident that he could beat up Xianxia and the others. Lu Yin had originally planned to go alone, but he hadn't expected Xianxia to tag along. They both boarded a personal spacecraft and headed to the vast Earth weave. Lu Yin turned on his communicator and helplessly asked, Xianxia, why are you following me? Lock breaking is very mysterious and I naturally want to follow Brother Lu and experience it for myself. Xianxia's voice came through the communicator. Suit yourself. Lu Yin ended the call and glanced behind him. A personal spacecraft was tailing him closely. It was also a radiant-grade spacecraft and its speed was almost the same. After ending his call with Xianxia, Lu Yin contacted another person, Meng Yu, the vast Earth sect's young master. Lu Yin wasn't familiar with Meng Yu, but since they were both students of Astral 10, he still wanted to know more about the Savage Ape planet. Lu Yin. Meng Yu was surprised that Lu Yin would contact him. The two hadn't spoken much, and the only time they had interacted was during Astral 10's entrance exam, where Meng Yu had been defeated by Lu Yin. Brother Meng, there's something I need to ask you. You're the young master of the Vast Earth Weave's Vast Earth sect, right? Lu Yin asked. Meng Yu grunted. That's right. What is it? Have you heard of the Savage Ape planet? Meng Yu was surprised. The Savage Ape planet? How do you know about it? A source box has been born there and many lockbreakers have gone there to unlock it. I'm going there to try, Lu Yin said without hiding anything. Meng Yu fell silent for a moment. Should be careful. Many of our Vast Earth sect's experts were lost there. What's the reason? Lu Yin was curious. I'm not sure about the specifics, but the apes on that planet are very ferocious. They don't have the methods or intelligence of space-exploring powerhouses, but they have comparable offensive and defensive power. There have even been apes with power levels of over 100,000. If not for their lack of intelligence, that planet would be quite powerful. You can think of it as the Frostwave Weaves Fires Melt planet, Meng Yu said solemnly. I see. Thank you, Brother Meng, Lu Yin said. Meng Yu grunted and then cut off the call. Lu Yin put down his gadget. The universe was very mysterious. Intelligent life forms could cultivate and explore space, and non-intelligent life forms could cultivate as well. The power levels they displayed were all different. The apes definitely couldn't tear through the void to move around, and they didn't have the desire to explore space. However, their attack power wasn't weak. It seemed that this trip would be quite dangerous. It would take about 7 days to travel from San Dios to Vast Earth Weave with a radiant-grade spacecraft, but it would take more than 2 months with a normal spacecraft. The distance was still quite far. Along the way, Lu Yin and Xianxia constantly planned their route. By the time they reached Vast Earth Weave, 9 days had already passed. Fortunately, the source box hadn't been unlocked during these 9 days. With the abilities of Outerverse lockbreakers, it wasn't easy for them to unlock a source box that was recognized by the Lockbreaker Society. Most of the successful lockbreakers were lockbreakers from the Innerverse. Brother Lu, you're just a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. You won't be of much use, right? Xianxia asked. Her tone was polite, but Lu Yin could still tell that she was gloating over Lu Yin's misfortune. It took me almost 3 years to cultivate from an ordinary person to my current level. What do you think? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia was rendered speechless. This cultivation speed was something that even the top geniuses of terrifying clans like the Day-Night clan couldn't achieve, let alone her. This was also why the Frostmoon sect had allowed her to get close to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was just too mysterious. Cultivation is different from lock-breaking, Xianxia replied. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It only took me about a year to become a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker from an ordinary cultivator. What do you think? Xianxia rolled her eyes. I was just lucky. Ever since I've started lockbreaking, I've never failed to unlock a source box. What do you think? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia suddenly realized that she really hated the words, "What do you think?" They sounded like mockery coming from Lu Yin's mouth, but she couldn't refute them. It was truly disgusting. 7th bro, even I'm amazed by your accomplishments. Are you proud of yourself? The monkey asked exaggeratedly. Lu Yin laughed. Of course I'm proud of myself. I should be proud if I do well. Alright, feel free to be proud of yourself. But don't forget that your accomplishments have allowed you to climb higher on the Celestial Vanquishers list, especially when you used 30 stacks to ruin the wedding. Your position on the Celestial Vanquishers list should be quite high among the younger generation of the human domain, the monkey cackled. Lu Yin was speechless. The monkey's words had completely ruined his mood. The Celestial Vanquishers list was still a hidden danger. There was a loud boom as the spacecraft trembled, and the friction with the atmosphere caused it to turn into a fireball that smashed into the ground. Not long after, there was a loud crash as the spacecraft smashed into the primitive ground, creating a huge conical crater. Crack! The hatch opened and hot air billowed out. Lu Yin slowly walked out and looked up at the azure sky. Flocks of strange birds were flying away, and waves of scorching heat rippled through the void, causing the air to distort. Chapter 354. At that moment, another fireball came crashing down from the sky not too far away from Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. Xianxia was doing this on purpose. He slowly rose into the air and brushed past the fireball. The scorching heat did not affect him at all. There was a loud boom as the ground shook and countless strange creatures fled in all directions. The cabin door opened and Xianxia walked out. She stretched lazily and Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had to admit that this woman was beautiful and had a great figure. It was a pity that she was from the Frost Moon sect, which was an ally of the Day-Night clan. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have treated her with such an attitude. The two were destined to be on different sides. From Lu Yin's point of view, it seemed like she was trying to gather information for the Day-Night clan. Perhaps even she did not know that this was a game between the upper echelons. What fresh air! This is one of the benefits of a primitive planet, Xianxia praised. Her eyes curved into beautiful crescents as she gave off a languid and charming aura. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the other side of the mountain. A violent ape that was over 100 meters tall appeared in front of them. Its entire body was pitch black and its eyes were scarlet. It gave off a berserk aura as it charged towards the two of them. Lu Yin frowned. Are you going to do it or should I? Xianxia smiled. Let me do it. After all, I'm your subordinate. Her body flashed as she tore through the void and appeared in front of Lu Yin. She waved her hand, causing a whirlpool of water to swirl and expand from her feet to cover an area of 10,000 meters. Not only did it distort the air but it also distorted the void. Lu Yin's expression changed. This woman had become stronger. When they had fought on the Shenwu continent, her battle technique had not been this powerful. Now she was even more proficient with it. If Xianxia could perfectly utilize this powerful battle technique that had been passed down from Blackwater Lake, then she would definitely not be weak in the future. The violent ape charged into the whirlpool and punched out, but it was stopped in midair by the current. It howled in pain as blood spurted out of its body and it fell to the ground in a sorry state. Although this savage ape had the power of a Lemmeter, it had no intelligence or battle techniques, so it was far inferior to Xianxia. Even a random Lemmeter student from the Astral Combat Academy, no, a Melder student, could defeat it. It's a waste to use this battle technique against it, Lu Yin commented. Xianxia smiled faintly. I'm just showing it to you. Representative Lu, do you think my battle technique has improved? Lu Yin nodded seriously. It's a huge improvement. Thank you. Xianxia smiled. At this moment, another roar came from afar, followed by cries for help. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and his body abruptly vanished, leaving behind a spatial crack that extended outwards. Xianxia's pupils shrank. What incredible speed! Watching the tournament of the strongest was one thing, but actually facing the current Lu Yin made Xianxia feel an immense amount of pressure. This person's progress was simply too fast and she couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Her progress was nothing to brag about. In the distance, under a huge tree, a delicate figure was curled up. She was trembling in fear as she watched the giant ape's palms strike down. Lu Yin suddenly appeared and casually waved his hand, causing the savage ape's palm to stop in midair. The ape's body was then sent flying by a terrifying force that could be seen with the naked eye. The sight of a 100-meter-tall ape being sent flying was quite spectacular. Under the tree, the delicate figure felt the shadow disappear. She looked up and found that the violent ape was gone. A man appeared in front of her and looked at her strangely. How could there be a normal person here? He stared at the woman hiding under the tree. No matter how he looked at her, she was just a normal person. He could use the invisible aura technique to conceal his star energy aura and prevent others from sensing his cultivation, but it was impossible for him to hide his physical strength. He couldn't sense any strength from this woman, so she really was just a normal person. On this primitive planet where lock breakers were about to gather, a normal person had appeared. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange. Who are you? Who are you? Both of them spoke at the same time, but then they froze. The woman pursed her lips. I'm Zhou Ran. What about you? I'm Lu Yin, Lu Yin replied. At this moment Xianxia arrived and looked at Zhou Ran in surprise. A normal person? Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Zhou Ran had probably been frightened by the violent ape and she was still in a daze. When she saw Xianxia staring at her, she subconsciously backed away with fear in her eyes. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin and then at the woman. She squatted down and gently asked, "What's your name? Why are you here on the savage ape planet?" The woman glanced at Lu Yin and whispered, "I'm Zhou Ran and I'm looking for someone." "How did you get here?" Lu Yin was puzzled. Zhou Ran licked her lips and her stomach growled. She was hungry. Xianxia took out some food from her cosmic ring and passed it to her. Zhou Ran hurriedly took it and started eating without caring about anything else. Lu Yin looked around. Savage Ape Planet really had a lot of violent apes. He had only just arrived, but he had already encountered 2 of them. Suddenly, the sky rumbled and many black dots streaked past, creating ripples in the air. Someone wants to seal off this planet. It should be a local power, Xianxia said. The vast Earth sect? Lu Yin guessed. It's a pity that not only is this useless, but they'll also offend the Lockbreaker Society. This place has already been designated as an internal exchange, and these powers are trying to prevent the exchange from taking place. Who would be so stupid as to give such an order? Xianxia was puzzled. Well, thank you. Zhou Ran stood up and wiped her mouth before forcing a smile. Her appearance was ordinary, but her smile gave off an amiable feeling that made others feel comfortable. How did you get to this planet? Lu Yin asked. Zhou Ran felt wronged. I don't know. I woke up here. Didn't you say that you were looking for someone? Xianxia asked. Zhou Ran nodded. Yes. When I woke up I saw a fortune teller. He read my fortune and he was very accurate. I wanted to pay him but he left. He's really a good person but I don't want to owe him anything. That's why I wanted to find him and pay him back. Lu Yin was puzzled. A fortune teller? Was he accurate? Zhou Ran nodded with certainty. Very accurate. How did he do it? Lu Yin asked. After the tournament of the strongest, he had become very curious about Starsibyl's strength. Her divination attacks had been terrifying, and if it had not been for the venue restrictions during the tournament, the outcome of her battle with Tianho would have been unknown. Zhou Ran looked up and thought for a moment. He said that I'm defective. Lu Yin was stunned and Xianxia was clearly stunned as well. Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly. Can you repeat yourself? That kind fortune teller said that I'm defective. Zhou Ran blinked with a serious expression. Lu Yin turned around. What a lunatic. She didn't even know that she'd been scolded. Zhou Ran patted her head in distress. I don't know why, but I often lose my memories. Most of the time I don't even know where I am or why I'm there. That fortune teller was very accurate. I'm defective, so I want to find him again to help me recover my memories. Lu Yin turned around and frowned at Zhou Ran. There was an indescribable look in his eyes that was rather complicated. You lost your memories? Zhou Ran nodded and pursed her lips. She looked very uncomfortable. Lu Yin's gaze dimmed. This woman was just like him and he had also lost his memories. It was a terrible feeling to have no memories as it felt like an incomplete life. What's wrong? Xianxia asked. Lu Yin sighed. It's nothing. He then looked at Zhou Ran. Scope. A normal person like you can't survive here. I'll take you away. Zhou Ran was delighted. Really? That's great. You're really a good person. I'm so lucky that you and the fortune teller are both good people. Right, this big sister is also a good person. She gave me food. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin strangely, but she did not ask any questions. Lu Yin sympathized with Zhou Ran's situation as they were both in the same boat. The Lockbreaker Society had only announced that there would be a meeting on the Savage Ape planet, but they had not specified the exact location of the tree-shaped source box. It was just like a trial. No one would tell them everything and they would have to find it on their own. Lu Yin brought Zhou Ran and Xianxia into the sky and headed in the direction of the spacecraft that had sealed off the planet. Those people definitely knew the location of the tree-shaped source box. The Savage Ape planet was very large, even larger than Xenu Star. The void was also very sturdy and Lu Yin's speed was greatly reduced. He had noticed this when he had first come to save Zhou Ran. With the speed of a Lemeter, it would still take some time to search for the entire planet. The next day Lu Yin's group found the spacecraft that had sealed off the planet. Unfortunately, the spacecraft had already been reduced to a wreckage, and the ripples that had sealed off the planet had also been dispersed. Idiots. How could these outerverse organizations possibly stop Lockbreakers? They're all seeking death, Xianxia said. Lu Yin looked at the insignia on the spacecraft, and it did not belong to the vast Earth sect. It should have come from another weave. Since he could not find anyone to ask, he could only continue searching for more planets. The Savage Ape planet lived up to its name as the entire planet was occupied by savage apes. Savage apes would appear at regular intervals and some were strong while others were weak. The strongest ape that Lu Yin had encountered so far had the destructive power of an explorer. A red streak streaked across the sky as another spacecraft descended. Not long after, the entire planet was sealed off once more and then destroyed again. The cycle repeated itself. For 3 days Lu Yin's group did not find anyone else. The Savage Ape planet was too large, and Lu Yin's domain could not cover a large enough area. Even his gadget's range was limited. On the 4th day, a small spacecraft landed on the Savage Ape planet far away from Lu Yin's group. The hatch opened and a man and woman walked out. If Lu Yin had been here, he would have recognized them as Dao Bo and Lu Ji, as they were both familiar faces. We were on a mission in the Outerverse and it was on our way here, Lu Ji sighed. Dao Bo looked up at the sky. I wonder how many Lockbreakers will be drawn out from this exchange. Lu Ji smiled. No matter who comes, they won't be able to compare to brother Dao Bo. Dao Bo shook his head and laughed. Don't forget about the distinguished 5 of our society. Every single one of them surpasses me. But they're all space-exploring powerhouses. Brother Dao Bo just doesn't want to. Once he becomes an explorer, he'll immediately surpass them. In terms of status, Brother Dao Bo won't be any inferior to them, and he's even a member of the Council of Astral Academy. They can't compare to him, Lu Ji said with admiration. Dao Bo did not refute her words, as Lu Ji was right. He just didn't want to break through. Once he did, he would immediately be able to join the 10 Arbiters Council and follow the 10 Arbiters. His status would rise and his lock-breaking ability would improve as well. He would immediately reach the level of a perceptive intermediate. Chapter 355. Of course, he was not arrogant, as there were still people who surpassed him in the same realm. Lu Yin was a genius and his lock-breaking abilities were unfathomable. He had only been on the path of lock-breaking for a short period of time, but he had achieved great results. Furthermore, he had seen a video of Lu Yin's battle at the wedding in San Dios, where he had single-handedly neutralized an explorer's attack. Such lock-breaking abilities were extraordinary, and Lu Yin had hidden himself well. Nobody knew if he would come, as San Dios was not far from here. Elsewhere, a young girl was flying through the air. She seemed normal at first, but there was a fish floating above her head which was not normal at all. Furthermore, that fish was constantly nagging at her. Hurry up. What are we going to do if the other 2-legged beasts unlock their lockbreakers? I'm so worried. How did you find me in the first place? I don't even have breasts or a butt. What did you eat growing up? I told you to drink more papaya milk, but you didn't believe me. The veins on the girl's forehead throbbed and she was on the verge of exploding. In outer space, on a large spacecraft, more than 100 fully armed mercenaries were waiting solemnly. In the command room, a cold woman was watching a screen. How long until we arrive? 1 day. As soon as possible. Understood. Outside Savage Ape Planet, a fleet appeared with the insignia of the vast Earth sect. However, the fleet did not seal off Savage Ape Planet. Instead, they simply chased away all passing spacecraft and isolated the planet. The vast Earth sect did not interfere with the sealing of the Savage Ape Planet's ships. On Savage Ape Planet, Lu Yin sent a savage ape flying with a kick. Zhao Ran was dazzled. So cool. Yu Xianxia rolled her eyes. This girl was too naive. Lu Yin was in a good mood, and there was a very comfortable girl beside him who was constantly praising him. Any man would be happy. What a pity. Her looks are average, but her temperament is quite good. Seventh bro, do you like her? The monkey asked. Lu Yin ignored him. Not long after, more than 10 figures flew past in the sky. They were all wearing the same uniform, and it was obvious that they were from the same organization. Yu Xianxia raised a hand and a chill froze the void. Frozen Mountain Plum Palm. These people were only melders and they were easily frozen by Yu Xianxia. They crashed to the ground like ice cubes. Where's the tree-shaped source box? Lu Yin asked. The frozen people looked at Lu Yin in fear, and they pointed to the northwest with trembling fingers. 9 Peaks Mountain. Yu Xianxia removed one of the gadgets and checked it before nodding at Lu Yin. That's right. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement, but he did not attack them. The three of them then headed towards 9 Peaks Mountain. 9 Peaks Mountain was very easy to identify. 9 mountains that resembled the heads of violent apes were connected together to form 9 Peaks Mountain. Rather than calling it 9 Peaks Mountain, it was more appropriate to call it 9 Ape Mountain. Beep beep beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped and he accepted the call. He was surprised to find that it was Master Wuxia. Hello Master Wuxia, Lu Yin greeted. Lu Yin, you know about the vast Earth Weave's Savage Ape Planet Lockbreaker Exchange, right? Did you go? Master Wuxia asked directly. I'm on the Savage Ape Planet. Alright, I was worried that you wouldn't dare to participate. It'll be good for you to gain some experience. It'll be helpful for you to see other lock-breaking techniques up close, Master Wuxia said. Lu Yin's heart warmed. Thank you, Master. This exchange has already been approved by the society, and it's only open to the younger generation. The older generation is not allowed to participate, so do your best to seize the opportunity. However, do not be impulsive. With your current abilities, it'll be impossible for you to succeed in lock breaking. If an accident happens, it'll be very difficult to salvage the situation. Remember, Master Wuxia warned. Lu Yin grunted. I understand and I'll keep that in mind. It's good. There should be some very interesting people on the Savage Ape Planet. Watch and think, Master Wuxia reminded him once more before ending the call. Lu Yin was speechless. Why did everyone stop halfway through their sentences? Interesting people? Who were they? Master Wuxia did not elaborate. Half a day later, they were still several hours away from 9 Peaks Mountain. Lu Yin's group was still hurrying along when a spacecraft streaked past them. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he looked up. A huge shadow had covered the ground at some point, and a violent ape that was several hundred meters tall had soared into the sky and viciously swatted at the spacecraft. The spacecraft immediately tried to escape, but it was unable to do so. It was smashed to pieces by the ape's palm, and even the void was scattered. Zhao Ran was so frightened that her face paled. Yu Xianxia's eyes narrowed as well, and her gadget displayed a power level of 52,000. This was a violent ape with a cruiser's power level. Lu Yin's group immediately landed and stared at the ape warily. Violent apes were savage by nature, and they would kill each other even if they were of the same species. Thus, violent apes had a strong sense of territory, and they could easily sense unfamiliar auras entering their territory. The violent ape with the power level of a cruiser stomped on the shattered spacecraft, and fresh blood flowed from the bottom of its foot, dyeing the ground red. This scene frightened Zhao Ran once more. Yu Xianxia's face paled. Even without intelligence, a cruiser's power level was not something that she could resist. She looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and looked at the ape's scarlet eyes. He felt his scalp go numb. He had no choice but to face a cruiser head-on. Fortunately, the ape did not have any battle techniques, or else he might not have been its match. 30 stacks might have been enough. Thump, thump, thump. The ape approached them step by step and its huge shadow enveloped the trio. Zhao Ran trembled in fear and Yu Xianxia narrowed her eyes. The ape raised its foot intending to stomp the three to death. Just as Lu Yin was about to attack, A middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky. He had a ruddy complexion, an outstanding temperament, and a dignified demeanor. He appeared right in front of the ape and barked, "Evil creature, you're courting death." The ape roared and viciously swatted at the man. The man dodged and his body flickered as he appeared above the ape's head. He pressed down and a scene that caused Lu Yin's group's scalps to go numb occurred. The ape, which was hundreds of meters tall, was directly disintegrated. Regardless of whether it was its flesh or its organs, everything vanished into nothingness. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This was a lock-breaking technique that had directly disintegrated the ape. Damn, he's at least a perceptive intermediate lock-breaker. How cruel. The monkey shrieked. Zhou Ran looked at the man in fear. In her eyes, this man was even more terrifying than the ape. A violent ape with the power level of a cruiser had been disintegrated by a lock-breaking technique, and not even its corpse was left behind. The man stood tall in the sky and glanced at Lu Yin's group. His eyes lit up, and his gaze paused on Lu Yin's face for a moment before he nodded in a friendly manner and left. Lu Yin watched the man disappear into the sky and fell into deep thought. This person had recognized him, and he did not harbor any hostility towards him. Lu Yin, look. Xianxia pointed at her gadget. Lu Yin looked over, and his expression changed when he saw that it displayed a power level of unfathomable. What do you mean? My gadget can detect power levels up to 100,000, which means that that person's power level exceeded 100,000. He's a hunter, Xianxia said solemnly. Lu Yin nodded. Without that level of power he wouldn't have been able to do what he just did. This person is very strong. What had just happened was just an interlude, and the three of them headed towards Nine Peaks Mountain once more. However, Zhou Ran was much quieter this time, perhaps because she had been frightened to death. A few hours later the three of them could vaguely see Nine Peaks Mountain, and they couldn't help but increase their speed. The three of them were already extremely fast and they almost tore through the void. Now that they had sped up, they surpassed all the other cultivators they encountered along the way, and the spatial tears that they left behind were shocking. Just as the three of them reached Nine Peaks Mountain they suddenly stopped. Lu Yin raised a hand and saw that the path ahead had been blocked by an invisible ripple. He frowned as another power had sealed off their path. The path ahead has been sealed off. Go back. A loud voice boomed through Nine Peaks Mountain, followed by a spatial tear crashing down. This was an explorer. Before Lu Yin could reply, Xianxia stepped forward. You dare block a member of the Outerverse Youth Council? Two explorers walked out of the void in front of them and looked at Xianxia in shock. You're from the Outerverse Youth Council? Xianxia raised a hand, revealing a black ring with a gray-silver border. The ring had a pair of wings and a sword carved into it, and there were 10 shadows around it. This was the Outerverse Youth Council's ring, and the only difference between it and Myra's 10 Arbiters Council ring was its color. This one was gray-silver while the 10 Arbiters Council ring was silver. When they saw the ring, the two explorers immediately let them pass, as they did not dare to block a member of the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin also had an Outerverse Youth Council ring and he also had a 10 Arbiters Council ring. The members of the Council of Astral Academy wore the 10 Arbiters Council's silver rings. Lu Yin's group of 3 had just entered Nine Peaks Mountain when there was a loud explosion in the sky. The two explorers' expressions changed and they immediately rushed into the sky. Not long after, the ripples that sealed off the savage ape planet were destroyed, and a large spacecraft landed on Nine Peaks Mountain with a symbol carved into it. It's the Daystar Shipping Company, Xianxia said in surprise. Lu Yin was curious. Daystar Shipping Company? Xianxia nodded. They're a huge corporation that connects the innerverse and outerverse. They're very popular and their businesses include mechanical breakdown, transportation, manufacturing, and so on. They're one of the giants in the technology industry. Are they very rich? Lu Yin's eyes gleamed. Xianxia nodded. Of course. Some of the rewards for the Astral Combat Tournament are provided by the Daystar Shipping Company, and they're very rich, just like the Nalan family. Lu Yin looked at the large spacecraft enviously. If only he had been born into a corporation like that, he would not have to worry about money. Not long after the Daystar Shipping Company appeared, another spacecraft appeared. Lu Yin immediately recognized the symbol on it. Shamrock Enterprises. More and more powerhouses are gathering here. Every lockbreaker exchange attracts quite a few people, Xianxia exclaimed. Lu Yin fervently looked into the distance. Everyone who had come was rich, and if he succeeded in unlocking his source box, he could sell it for an astronomical price on the spot. With that in mind, he immediately rushed towards Nine Peaks Mountain. The tree-shaped source box was right in front of him. At this moment, many people had already gathered on Nine Peaks Mountain. There were more than 30 lockbreakers, and there were also nearly 10 lockbreakers with contributions. All of them were nervously looking at the tree-shaped source box in the distance. Aside from a few corpses, the area within a kilometer of the tree-shaped source box was completely empty. There wasn't even a single blade of grass. Chapter 356. There was no lack of experts present, and there were more than 10 space-exploring cultivators. There were even cruisers who soared into the sky to look down at the hunters below. Unfortunately, aside from the lockbreakers, no one else could take action. Hunters could easily touch the tree-shaped source box, but if they did so, the source box would likely be destroyed. This was why lockbreakers had such a high status. They could do things that normal people could not, and this had nothing to do with their cultivation. Brother Nan, as a 3-stars discerning elementary lockbreaker, are you not planning on taking action? A youth in the crowd asked loudly. Across from him, a man snorted. Rain, there's a 3-stars discerning elementary lockbreaker among the dead. Don't tell me you didn't know that. Even those of the same level have differences in strength. How can Brother Nan's strength be compared to others? Who doesn't know that Brother Nan is a genius lockbreaker from the Outerverse? Please take action and let us experience your strength, Rain said loudly. The crowd immediately began to clamor as they were all lockbreakers. Those of the same trade were enemies, and no lockbreaker wanted to give up on such a valuable source box. Everyone wanted someone else to lead the way. Since Brother Rain wants to experience it, why not join us? Brother Nan asked. The man named Rain was tempted. One person was definitely not enough, but 2 or even 3 might be possible. Alright, as long as Brother Nan is willing, we can work together. Is there anyone else who wants to work together to unlock this source box? I'll do it. A middle-aged man appeared and wanted to work together to unlock the source box. However, he was pushed back by an invisible force as soon as he stepped forward. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. This exchange is targeted at the younger generation. Step down, the middle-aged man who had dissected the savage ape coldly ordered. The middle-aged man below was unconvinced. The source box has no owner, so why can't we participate? If I say no, then no. Say another word and you'll be expelled from the society. The middle-aged man below did not dare to say another word, and he gritted his teeth as he waited to the side. The man in the sky swept his gaze over everyone before looking at the tree-shaped source box with a look of pity. Actually, he also wanted to unlock the source box, but these were the rules. When he had been young, the society had protected him and given the younger generation opportunities. It was because of that opportunity that he had been able to obtain his current status. This was an inheritance. Now, it was his turn to create an opportunity for the younger generation. Of inheritances could not be severed, and the society placed great importance on this point. The younger generation had their own opportunities, so they naturally had their own opportunities as well. It wasn't fair or unfair. It all depended on one's ability and luck. Of course. Of the older generation of lockbreakers. After some discussion, Brother Nan and Rain both stepped within a kilometer of the tree-shaped source box and worked together to unlock it. At the same time, Dao Bo and Lu Ji arrived and looked at the tree-shaped source box. Of the dangers. Dao Bo glanced at the corpses within a kilometer radius of the tree-shaped source box, and his gaze turned cold. These corpses seemed to have been drained of all life, and they were as withered as dried corpses. No wonder no one dared to make a move. Brother Nan and Rain had already walked quite a distance from the tree-shaped source box, but they did not sense anything out of the ordinary. They had already passed one of the corpses and they should have been in danger, but they still could not sense anything out of the ordinary. Both of them were 3 stars discerning elementary lockbreakers, and they had come into contact with lock-breaking crises before. They had a certain level of ability to predict danger, especially when it came to the flow of star energy. Their senses far surpassed that of ordinary people, but they could not sense anything at all. High in the sky, the middle-aged man stared down with a stern expression. From what he could sense, the flow of star energy around the tree-shaped sourcebox was normal, and there was nothing strange about it. But how had those corpses formed? The two were getting closer and closer to the tree-shaped sourcebox, and they were now less than 100 meters apart. Both of them were excited as they were about to touch the sourcebox. As long as they could touch it, they would be able to unlock it. Suddenly, Daobo shouted, "Run!" His shout startled everyone, and in the next moment 2 screams rang out. It was Brother Nan and Rain. Their faces turned pale and then they turned gray. Their hair fell off one by one and their skin cracked and turned into ash. It was a horrifying sight. The middle-aged man in the sky immediately tried to pull the two out, but it was too late. The two lasted for less than 3 seconds before they turned into dried corpses and collapsed to the ground. This scene was horrifying and the onlookers felt their scalps go numb. Lu Ji's eyes flickered. This was a lockbreaker. While they enjoyed supreme authority, they also had to shoulder unimaginable dangers. They did not even know how they died. Only Daobo sensed something because he was the only one who had comprehended a domain. Even the middle-aged hunter in the sky, who was a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, had not comprehended a domain. Many people looked at Daobo with strange expressions as he was the only one who had sensed something strange. It's actually Daobo, Astral SXS leader. I remember now. He also participated in the Astral Combat Tournament, but unfortunately he lost to Grandini Mavis. Actually, Daobo didn't really lose that battle. Grandini was too violent. No wonder he sensed something strange. The Astral Combat Academy's leader is here. In the sky, a middle-aged man appeared and looked at Daobo. Everyone looked up and many exclaimed, "It's Mr. June. Mr. June is here as well." It looks like the society values this tree-shaped sourcebox very much. Mr. June is a 3 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and he's also a hunter. You sensed it? Mr. June asked Daobo. Daobo nodded and was very respectful to Mr. June. It's an indescribable feeling. I vaguely sensed it, but it's too late. Mr. June praised, as expected of a genius who comprehended a domain. Daobo, you're second only to the 5 prodigies in the entire society. Work hard and become an explorer as soon as possible. When the time comes, the society should have 6 prodigies. Daobo hurriedly bowed in thanks. The people around him looked at Daobo with envy. Comprehending a domain was something that could only be discovered by chance, and not even Mr. June had comprehended one. The best time to comprehend a domain was when one was young, and it would only become more difficult as one progressed. This was also one of the reasons why the younger generation held such an important position in the universe. The Astral Combat Academy was the top institution in the entire universe, and it had the most genius students. Even so, very few people had comprehended a domain, which showed how difficult it was to comprehend one. However, although Mr. June had not comprehended a domain, Daobo did not dare to underestimate him. It had not been easy for Mr. June to become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and he had a lock-breaking tool that was not inferior to a domain. Don't you want to try? Mr. June asked Daobo. Everyone stared at him. Daobo smiled bitterly and shook his head. Mr. June thinks too highly of me. If I want to unlock this source box alone, I'll need to be at least a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. With my current abilities, I won't be able to succeed. Mr. June nodded emotionally. You know when to stop. Daobo, you're very good. Brother Daobo, if even you can't do it, who can? Lu Ji was unwilling to give up. Daobo smiled. I'm only saying that I can't do it alone, but it might not be impossible if we work together. Let's wait and see. There should be more experts coming. Lu Ji looked around curiously, and her gaze was suddenly attracted by a strange-looking person. She stared straight at him as this person was too strange. It was a wretched-looking old man who was carrying a wooden flag. He was dressed in gray robes and had a starry sky pattern engraved on the back of his hand. On the front of the flag were the words Starsabil's Gran Poggio, and on the back of the flag were the words Fortune Teller, believe it or not. Lu Ji subconsciously tugged at Daobo. That That person is a little strange. Dao Bo looked over curiously. It was not just them, as many others were also attracted by the wretched-looking old man. The words on the flag were too eye-catching. Everyone in the universe knew about Star Sibyl, and this person was actually calling himself Star Sibyl's Grandpa Gio. Even Mr. June was attracted by him and stared straight at him. Young man, your eyes are full of spirit and your temperament is otherworldly. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. This lock breaking is your opportunity, so don't be afraid. Go, Grandpa Gio will protect you. The wretched-looking old man patted a young lockbreaker's shoulder and praised him heroically. The onlookers stared blankly, not knowing what to say. Sir, I don't have any contributions yet, the young lockbreaker said in an embarrassed tone. The wretched-looking old man laughed, and then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he calmly placed his hand on the shoulder of another person. Young man, I was actually talking about you. That person's face twitched. Sir, I'm not a lockbreaker. The wretched-looking old man laughed again and pointed at Mr. June in the sky. Young man, Grandpa Ju was talking about you. Everyone was speechless. The veins on Mr. June's forehead bulged and his eyes gradually turned cold. The void around his body started to distort and he felt like he was about to explode. At this moment someone exclaimed, I remember now. That old man is Xianxia, the trash who was expelled from the Star Sibyl sect. The wretched-looking old man was enraged. Who dares to slander your Grandpa Gio? Your Grandpa Gio isn't trash. Your Grandpa Gio has successfully cultivated the Xiantian mirror. Who dares to disobey me? With that person's words, many people recalled that there had indeed been such a person in the past, and he had been very famous several hundred years ago. Mr. June also remembered this person, but he suppressed his anger. Although this old man had been expelled, his relationship with the Star Sibyl sect was still very good. At the very least, he had claimed to be the Grandpa Gio of all Star Sibyl for so many years, and he had not been beaten up by the Star Sibyl sect. This relationship was worth noting. Teach the Xiantian mirror? Rumor has it that your fortune-telling is the opposite. Whoever believes you will die, someone mocked. Xianxia was enraged and he waved his wooden flag. Who dares to slander Grandpa Gio? If you have the ability, then come out and compete with me. You're all trash. The crowd rolled their eyes, but they did not argue with him. Ah, kind old fortune-teller, it's you. I've finally found you. Elsewhere, Lu Yin's group of 3 had just arrived. Zhao Ran happily looked at Xianxia and waved her arms. Kind old fortune-teller, I'm the trash. It's me, it's me. Many people were stunned. What was going on? Chapter 357. Lu Yin and Yu Xianzi subconsciously moved a few steps behind Zhao Ran, afraid that they would be recognized. Xianxia was stunned when he saw Zhao Ran and his expression turned bitter. Little brat, can you stop pestering me? But I haven't paid yet, Zhao Ran said matter-of-factly. She then patted herself and turned around to look at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, can I borrow some money? I want to pay the bill. Only then did the crowd notice Lu Yin and Yu Xianzi, causing many to gasp in surprise. Yu Xianzi was relatively well known in the innerverse but not in the outerverse. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had represented the outerverse and won the tournament of the strongest. He was also known as a 10 arbiters candidate, and it was rare for such a genius to appear in the outerverse, so many people recognized him. Dao Bo's eyes flashed. He had indeed come. Lu Ji looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. She was reminded of the scene at Astral 10 space station. This person had an absolute innate gift. In the sky, Mr. June looked at Lu Yin with admiration. This young man had a bright future ahead of him. Not only was he talented in cultivation, but he also had great potential in lock breaking. Lu Yin didn't mind being surrounded by so many onlookers, but now that he was with Zhao Ran, it was a little awkward. He was a good-for-nothing. He quickly handed her some money. Go pay the bill. Zhao Ran was delighted. Brother Lu, you're such a good person. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you back. There's no need for that. Go on, Lu Yin urged. Yu Xianzi pursed her lips and giggled. Zhao Ran immediately ran over to Xianxia, who was currently frowning and staring at Lu Yin as if he was thinking about something. Lu Yin sensed it and met Xianxia's gaze. For a moment he felt like he saw a dark space, A familiar scene, but he couldn't recall it. Zhou ran over to Xianxia and handed him the money. Xianxia took it in a daze and stared at Lu Yin for a while before solemnly saying, "Kid, you met the gaze of the dead." Lu Yin blinked in confusion. "Bing." Someone nearby said, "Brother Lu, don't mind him. This old man likes to play tricks. He actually tried to trick a normal person into lock breaking. He's too immoral. You're the wicked one. Your whole family is wicked. You're a good for nothing." Hearing that person's words, Xianxia jumped up and scolded him like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He then turned around and ran away. Lu Yin was speechless. He hadn't noticed the words on the Xian 9-wood flag, or else he would be even more speechless. "Seventh bro, you've been cursed to look at the dead, huh?" The monkey cackled. Lu Yin frowned. "Ping. Wrong, it's the dead, hee. Brother Lu, don't mind him. He's just a blabbermouth," Daobo said as he walked over with Lu Ji. Lu Yin had not expected to see Daobo here and he nodded in a friendly manner. "Senior Daobo, do you know that person?" "He's famous. He's an abandoned disciple of the Starsabil sect," Daobo replied. "The Starsabil sect?" Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "Is that person's predictions very accurate?" "It's the exact opposite. His predictions are very inaccurate, so no one asks him to read their fortunes," Daobo said with a smile. Lu Yin smiled and didn't mind. He looked at Lu Ji. "Long time no see." "Long time no see," Lu Ji replied. The two of them had not been on friendly terms when they had first met, but as time passed, their small conflicts had gradually disappeared. This was especially true now that Lu Yin's status had changed, and Lu Ji was no longer as impudent towards him. "Master Wuxia just contacted me and told me to come and broaden my horizons," Lu Yin said. Lu Ji was shocked. "Master Wuxia contacted you?" Lu Yin nodded. "Master is so biased. He only thinks about you and not me." Lu Ji pouted. Lu Yin walked past the crowd and approached the tree-shaped source box. He looked at the strange corpses on the ground with a solemn expression. His identity had been recognized by quite a few people and some even tried to persuade him. "Brother Lu, you're the champion of the tournament of the strongest and you're also a lock breaker. Why don't you give it a try? You'll definitely succeed." "That's right, Brother Lu. Give it a try. Let's go and broaden our horizons." Lu Yin smiled and looked back at the crowd. "I'm just a 2-star discerning elementary lock breaker, so I don't dare to belittle myself. I can't unlock this source box." The crowd was disappointed. More and more people gathered, and after Lu Yin's group appeared, another lockbreaker attempted to unlock the source box. This one was a 4-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, but he still failed and turned into a dried corpse. Mr. Jun was unable to rescue him in time. At this moment, there was a cry from the distance as if someone incredible had arrived. Lu Yin and the rest turned around and saw a young girl with a strange expression on her head. What was that? A fish? Many people rubbed their eyes. It really was a fish and there was a fish on her head? Lu Yin pursed his lips. First he had picked up a defective source box and then a scammer had just left. Now a fishman had appeared. All sorts of strange things were happening. It's Shi-Chi, a genius lockbreaker from the society. She's a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker who's about to become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Someone exclaimed. Instantly even more people cried out. Daobo was surprised. She's here as well. Senior, do you know her? Lu Yin asked. Daobo smiled. It's not just me. You should have seen her as well. She's in the Sourcebox catalog for those who have just joined the society. She unlocked a fish. When Daobo mentioned it, Lu Yin recalled that there had indeed been a picture in the Sourcebox catalog where a pair of hands had been unlocking a fish. At that time he had wondered what sort of unlocking that fish would be, but now that he looked at it again he sweated. It really was a fish. So many two-legged beasts. How disgusting. They're all ants that live in groups. Ants. The fish on Shi-Chi's head spoke up in a particularly loud voice. Everyone's faces immediately darkened. Two-legged beasts? Was that what they called them? Shi-Chi's expression changed. Little fish, stop talking. What? Lord Fish has helped you so much but you can't even talk? If you dare to restrict Lord Fish again, Lord Fish will change mounts. The fish then turned its head to the side and scanned the crowd with its small eyes. Finally, it stared at Lu Ji and tapped her with its fins. Little girl, Lord Fish sees that you're not bad, so I'll give you a chance to become Lord Fish's mount. Lu Ji's expression turned ugly and she turned away. Damn, Lord Fish thinks highly of you. Little girl, don't fail to appreciate his kindness. There are many two-legged beasts who want to become Lord Fish's mount. Don't not know how to appreciate it. The fish's fins swayed as it roared. Xianxia helplessly covered her forehead. I'm sorry, Sister Lu Ji. Lu Ji glared at the fish. It's fine. Everyone knows this fish's personality. What personality? Is Lord Fish's personality something that you two-legged beasts can discuss? How rude. The fish continued to rant. Lu Yin was stunned, as this was the first time he had encountered such a rare fish that could talk. It had too much personality. I can't take it anymore. Seventh bro, let me go teach it a lesson. It's too despicable. It actually dares to call seventh bro a two-legged beast. Although that's the truth, it's too blatant. Seventh bro, let me go scold it. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. Shut up. Brother Dao Bo is here as well. Xianxia greeted Dao Bo. Dao Bo smiled and nodded. What a sinister smile. I hate two-legged beasts like this the most. Little girl, stay away from him. He's obviously not a good person. The fish shouted. Dao Bo's face twitched and he turned to look elsewhere. Xianxia was helpless and her gaze suddenly landed on Lu Yin. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Yin turned around. He did not want to be scolded by the fish, as he could tell that whoever this woman greeted would be scolded. Hey little girl, walk forward and find that two-legged beast. The fish suddenly exclaimed as it stared at Lu Yin. Xianxia was puzzled. Why? Fuck, this can't be tolerated. Seventh bro, this fish is clearly provoking you. Let me go beat it up. The monkey shouted angrily. What's going on? Lu Yin asked curiously. Xianxia looked up. What's wrong? The fish's eyes turned. I can't remember. Lord Fish has been sealed for too long and there are many things that I've forgotten. However, it then pointed at Lu Yin with its fins. Two-legged beast, remember Lord Fish. Lord Fish will look for you again in the future. You have a familiar aura from your body, a very loathsome and despicable aura. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly, and an invisible force enveloped Xianxia and the fish. He did not like being scolded for no reason. Seventh bro, beat it to death, the monkey shouted. Xianxia felt her entire body turn cold, and she immediately retreated while looking at Lu Yin warily. Dao Bo immediately stood in front of her. Brother Lu, please don't mind it. That fish is very despicable and treats everyone like that. Even the president was scolded by it. In the sky, Mr. Jun descended and similarly stood in front of Xianxia. He gently said to Lu Yin, Little brother, please let this matter go for my sake. How about it? Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Forget it. I won't bicker with a fish. What did you say? Two-legged beast? That big. Come, Lord Fish isn't afraid of you. Two-legged beasts in front of him beat him up. The fish shouted. Xianxia could not take it anymore and she could clearly feel that Mr. Jun was unhappy. She immediately ran away as she had offended him too much. Mr. Jun helplessly shook his head. If that fish hadn't been able to help Xianxia see through the changes in star energy, then there would have been no need for her to bring it along. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. Dao Bo smiled bitterly. The president agreed to let her bring it along, but she has no choice. That fish has already set its sights on her. That fish can be considered her lock-breaking tool. Mr. Jun laughed before flying back into the sky. No one knew where Xianxia had run off to. Not long after, another person arrived, causing a commotion. It was Tong Mia, an extremely famous genius lockbreaker in the Outerverse. This was because he was one of the few people in the Outerverse who had comprehended a domain. His arrival gave many Outerverse lockbreakers hope. Lord Tong Mi, please bring us along with you, a lockbreaker excitedly said. Many of the surrounding lockbreakers looked at Tong Mi expectantly. Chapter 358. Tong Mi coldly glanced at the crowd. Those who haven't reached 4 stars are not qualified to participate. Everyone felt awkward when they heard this. It was not easy to reach 4 stars, especially for the younger generation. Otherwise, Tong Mi-er would not have been known as a genius lockbreaker. Of all the young lockbreakers present, only Dao Bo and Shiqi had reached 4 stars. The rest of them did not even have a single 4 stars lockbreaker, and Lu Ji was only 3 stars. In the Outerverse, although Tong Mi-er's reputation could not compare to Karen's, who was a genius 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, he was not far behind. This was because many people automatically categorized the students of the Astral Combat Academy as being from the Innerverse. 7th bro, this kid is pretty arrogant. With your lock-breaking ability aside from Dao Bo, no one here can compare to you, especially when it comes to comprehending the secret sidestep. No one in the Innerverse can compare to you, the monkey grumbled. Lu Yin silenced the monkey and quietly watched as Tong Mi-er entered the 1,000-meter radius of the tree-shaped source box. He then activated his serious art and summoned the giant emperor's third eye. When Lu Yin used his domain to support his serious art and the giant emperor's third eye to look at the tree-shaped source box, the originally ordinary land began to undergo many strange changes. The star energy seemed to have a life of its own as it expanded outwards at a rather slow speed. Within that area, a strange flow of energy would occasionally sweep past. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. What was that? The flow of energy seemed to have a life of its own, like a giant python that lived within the star energy. Out of everyone present, Lu Yin knew that he was the only one who could see this scene. However, every lockbreaker had their own methods, and while they might not be able to see as clearly as Lu Yin with their control of star energy, they could easily sense the existence of the flow of energy. Tong Mi-er was one such lockbreaker. He could not see the flow of energy, but he had his domain which allowed him to narrowly avoid it multiple times. However, in Lu Yin's eyes, the closer he got to the tree-shaped source box, the more dangerous it became. The closer he got to the source box, the faster the flow became. It's dangerous, Lu Yin muttered. To the side, Lu Ji, Yuxianzi, Zhao ran, and the rest all looked at him in astonishment. All they saw was Tong Mi-er steadily approaching the tree-shaped source box, but there was no danger. Only Dao Bo furrowed his brows. Within his domain he could feel the changes in the star energy and they were becoming more frequent. Suddenly Tong Mi-er was flipped over by a powerful force. This force came from above and it came from Master Jun. Before Tong Mi-er could react, the changes in the surrounding star energy intensified, and the external force caused a tremor. Master Jun casually tossed Tong Mi-er out of the lock-breaking range. Fortunately, I made it in time. Tong Mi-er was confused. Dao Bo said calmly, "Thank Mr. Jun. If it wasn't for him, you would have ended up like those people on the ground." Tong Mi-er looked at the dried corpse on the ground. He still did not understand, but he was not stupid. He quickly got up and thanked Mr. Jun. Master Jun didn't seem to mind as he continued to look at the tree-shaped source box. None of the younger Lemeters would be able to unlock it unless one of those people came. "Brother Lu, are you sure you don't want to try?" Dao Bo asked. Lu Yin shrugged. "I can't unlock it. If you and I work together we can give it a try," said Dao Bo, Senior. "Why are you so sure that I have the ability to join forces with you? I'm only a 2-star discerning elementary student, and the difference between me and your 5-star discerning elementary student is too great." Dao Bo smiled. Junior's ability can't be judged by a normal person's standards. I've seen your domain before and you were able to fuse it with the murderous aura of the battlefield to resist Tianho's power. You're not bad at using your domain. Besides. His gaze then landed on Lu Yin's hand. If I'm not wrong, that's a lock-breaking tool. Lu Ji looked at Lu Yin in shock. He has a lock-breaking tool. Yuxianzi was just as shocked. Even if she wasn't a lock-breaker, she had heard of lock-breaking tools before. They were very important and precious items. Lu Yin nodded and put away the giant emperor's third eye. Let's wait a little longer. The two of us aren't that confident. Dao Bo nodded. That's true. There should be more experts coming. I hope they'll come. Them. Lu Yin was curious. Dao Bo's gaze trembled. The Lockbreaker Society's Distinguished Five. Distinguished Five. Lu Yin was confused. Lu Ji explained, the Lockbreaker Society's 5 most outstanding young lockbreakers. They're known as the Distinguished Five and they're all perceptive intermediate lockbreakers. Lu Yin nodded. It was indeed impressive for someone of the younger generation to reach the perceptive intermediate level. If he didn't have the serious art, he definitely wouldn't have been able to reach his current level. Karen's talent was still very far from reaching the perceptive intermediate level, and it wasn't as simple as reaching the 1-star level. The perceptive intermediate level represented the cultivation realm of an explorer, and the distinguished 5 meant that they were all explorers of the younger generation. With their lock-breaking abilities, they should all be in the top 100 rankings. Over the next 2 days, a few more people attempted to break through, and one of them was only a step away from the perceptive intermediate level. According to Dao Bo, this person's lock-breaking abilities were even more proficient than theirs. However, that person still failed. Fortunately, Mr. Jun had saved him in time. Of course, that person was much older than Dao Bo, Lu Yin and the rest, and was almost out of the younger generation. More and more experts from the vast Earth sect and other powers from the surrounding weaves gathered here. Logically speaking, the Savage 8 planet belonged to the vast Earth weave, and the items on it should belong to the vast Earth sect. However, no one in the universe acknowledged this fact, and even the vast Earth sect didn't dare to do so. To the Lockbreaker Society, destroying the vast Earth sect wasn't difficult. They didn't gather here to do anything, and they just wanted to buy as many items as they could, even if the chances of doing so were slim. Lu Yin, Xianxia, Zhao Ran, and a few others sat in a depression on Nine Peaks Mountain. Over the past few days, Lu Yin had seen many lockbreakers, but they were all very ordinary and relied on their perception of star energy. He really wanted to see how Dao Bo would lockbreak, but unfortunately that person didn't make a move. Shi-Chi stayed far away, not daring to approach the group. That fish's mouth was too venomous, and the moment it appeared, it would taunt everyone. Even Mr. Jun couldn't avoid it. "That sister is so pitiful," Zhao Ran whispered as she looked at Shi-Chi, who was all alone in the distance. Yuxinzi looked over. "There's nothing she can do. That fish is destined to make her lonely." "Seventh bro, let me give you a suggestion," the monkey suddenly spoke up. Lu Yin lay down on the mountain wall and casually asked, "Go ahead. Stew that fish. It should taste pretty good," the monkey said fiercely. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly opened and his gaze flickered. "Monkey, you don't seem to like that fish very much." "Of course, seventh bro. It scolded you, and scolding you is scolding me. I'm definitely going to stew it." Lu Yin frowned as he recalled that the fish had mentioned that there was a familiar aura on his body. He hadn't paid much attention to it at first, but after some thought, could it be the monkey? Besides the monkey, Lu Yin didn't have anything else on him. Perhaps it was because of his cultivation technique, but that fish had been lock-broken in the Outerverse, which was too far away from the Sirius sect, so that shouldn't be the case. Furthermore, the monkey's attitude towards the fish had been very poor, so it couldn't be that they actually knew each other. That shouldn't be possible, as that fish had been lock-broken, which meant that it had been alive for countless years. The monkey was still very young. Lu Yin thought about this as he casually looked at the ground. He had unknowingly become sleepy, and the sky had already turned completely dark. He didn't think that anyone would make a move today. Just as Lu Yin was silently reciting the Stonewall scriptures, he sensed an unfamiliar aura in his domain that seemed to have suddenly appeared. He suddenly opened his eyes and slammed a palm towards Yuxianzi. No one had expected Lu Yin to suddenly attack Yuxianzi. His actions were too sudden, and Yuxianzi couldn't even react in time. She could only watch as Lu Yin's palm approached her, and she could even see the lines on his palm. However, this palm wasn't aimed at Yuxianzi but rather behind her. At the same time, a shockwave rippled through the air, causing the void to tremble. Nine Peaks Mountain trembled imperceptibly, and countless people were startled awake as they looked in Lu Yin's direction. Yuxianzi was pushed back by the unstoppable shockwave, and she retreated more than 10 steps. When she looked over, she saw that a man had appeared behind her at some point, and his elbow had blocked Lu Yin's palm. He was astonished. What a fierce palm. The man clenched his fist, causing the veins on his elbow to bulge as he viciously swung it at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he immediately countered with 20 stacks. There was a loud boom as the ground split open, and the two of them crashed into the crater at the same time. In just an instant, an arc-shaped shockwave swept through the entire Nine Peaks Mountain, and even Mr. Jun Lu Yin's right palm hurt, and he borrowed the man's strength to retreat while remaining vigilant. The man retracted his elbow and stared at Lu Yin in shock. He then leapt up and appeared outside the crater. Lu Yin leapt out at the same time and the two stood facing each other. Many people on Nine Peaks Mountain looked at this scene, not understanding what had just happened. "Who are you?" Lu Yin asked in a low voice. If not for his domain, he wouldn't have been able to sense that this person was so close to Zhou Xian. The man rubbed his elbow. "Little brother, your palm strength is quite fierce. How old are you to be able to display such a berserk overlaying stacks?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "No matter how fierce my palm strength is, it won't harm you at all." The man laughed. "Harm me? Wait until you become an explorer. Even the universe's recognized true 10 arbiters candidates can't harm me as a limiter. Who exactly are you?" Lu Yin was puzzled. This person wasn't very old, but he was terrifyingly strong. "Casanova?" Lu Ji exclaimed. Soon after, many people seemed to recognize this man, and the words Casanova rang out one after another. Dao Bo appeared not too far from Lu Yin and solemnly said, "It's a misunderstanding, Brother Lu. He's one of the distinguished 5 Casanova. He means no harm." Lu Yin was puzzled. "Casanova? What's his name?" Casanova chuckled. "Casanova is Casanova. What name do I have? My surname is Casanova and my given name is Saint." Lu Yin was stunned. There was such a name. "Hey, what were you trying to do?" Xianxia reacted and glared at Casanova. Casanova's eyes lit up when he saw Xianxia, and his body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was right in front of her and had pulled out a beautiful flower from nowhere. He handed it to her. "Beautiful lady, the moon is bright because of you tonight. Would this one be lucky enough to invite you to admire the moon? Or perhaps find a place to discuss life?" Xianxia's expression turned ugly and she clenched her fists. Chapter 359. Lu Yin frowned and stepped forward to block Xianxia's path. He stared at Casanova. "You're one of the society's 5 greats. I've heard a lot about you." "Who are you?" Casanova looked at Lu Yin in annoyance. "I'm Lu Yin." Casanova's expression changed and he looked at Lu Yin seriously. "So you're the Lu Yin who displayed 30 stacks and tied with Arbiter Lon of the Divine Fist's record?" Lu Yin smiled. "You're welcome." Casanova sighed in amazement. "As expected of a 10 arbiters candidate. You only used 20 stacks just now, but that's a rather ferocious power. The champion of the tournament of the strongest truly lives up to his name." Lu Yin didn't say anything and just looked at him quietly. However, Casanova's tone suddenly changed. "But no matter how much of a genius you are, you can't stop me from having a heart-to-heart talk with a beautiful lady. Move aside." "I'm sorry, but she's a member of the Outerverse Youth Council. She's also one of my subordinates," Lu Yin said. Casanova rolled his eyes and casually tossed the flower aside. His figure then flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already outside the tree-shaped sourcebox's lock-breaking range. His actions were rather jumpy and Lu Yin was unable to accept it. Dao Bo smiled wryly. "Brother Lu, don't mind him. That's just how Casanova is. He can't resist beautiful women and he's romantic but not vulgar. Secretly approaching Xianxia wasn't considered despicable? Also, why are all the people I've come into contact with these past 2 days are weirdos?" This was the 3rd time that Dao Bo had told Lu Yin to not mind him, as lockbreakers seem to be much weirder than cultivators. Casanova is one of the society's 5 heroes, and he's also ranked 29th on the top 100 rankings, Xianxia said in a low voice. Although she did not know Casanova personally, she had heard of him before and her expression softened slightly. Lu Yin suddenly realized why this man had been unharmed after taking his palm head-on. It turned out that this man was an expert on the top 100 rankings and he was even ranked in the top 30. If he unleashed his full power, he would be comparable to someone at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. He would probably be ranked in the bottom 20, which meant that he was still a long way from Casanova. However, there was no rush. Once he became an explorer, just as Casanova had said, he would be able to harm Casanova. Furthermore, Lu Yin was confident that he wouldn't just be able to harm Casanova. He might even be able to challenge even stronger experts. Once Wendy Yushan returned to San Dios, she could test him and see the difference between them. "No, I can't do it alone." Casanova's voice came from afar and everyone gathered around him. If there was anyone in the younger generation who could succeed in unlocking the seal, it would be none other than the 5 heroes, as Dao Bo was just below them. However, for the past 2 days, Dao Bo was not confident that he could succeed. Everyone had placed all their hopes on the 5 heroes, but Casanova's words had dashed everyone's hopes. He could not unlock the seal. Mr. Jun sighed. If even a 2-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker like you can't unlock a source box, then it looks like the source boxes in this conference are too difficult. The crowd felt helpless, but there were also quite a few who were excited. These were the lockbreakers who were no longer part of the younger generation. There were quite a few lockbreakers who had reached the perceptive intermediate level, and they wanted to give it a try. Casanova grinned. I only said that I wouldn't be able to fight lockbreaker one-on-one. I didn't say that we couldn't work together. Mr. Jun's eyes lit up. If we work together, are you confident? Everyone looked at Casanova. Casanova's lips curled up. Of course, the person I choose is definitely confident. He then scanned the crowd. Tong Mia was the first to step forward, and he looked at Casanova fervently. However, Casanova ignored him and fixed his gaze on Dao Bo. Come out and stop pretending. I know how strong your lock-breaking ability is. Once you become an explorer, you shouldn't be any weaker than the rest of us. Dao Bo smiled and walked out. I'll have to trouble Brother Casanova to take care of me. Casanova sneered. Once you become an explorer, the society won't just have the 5 prodigies. You won't need me to take care of you. He then looked up and pointed. Shichi, come over here. No one was surprised, as many of them were aware of Shichi's lock-breaking ability. She was a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, which meant that she was on the same level as Dao Bo. Although that fish was extremely despicable, no one could deny its strength. Brother Casanova, long time no see. Shichi walked over and greeted Casanova. Lu Yin's brows rose and he subconsciously looked at the fish. It wasn't just him, as many of the others were looking at the fish as well. If nothing unexpected happened, then Casanova was about to run out of luck. Sure enough, the fish spoke up and slowly raised its pectoral fin to point at Casanova. Two-legged beast, you're ugly. That one sentence caused everyone to fall silent. Many people looked at Casanova, as he was not ugly. In fact, he was rather handsome. Casanova's face darkened, as this was not the first time he had met that fish. Because of his name, the fish had called him ugly the moment they met, which was quite despicable. When he saw Shichi's apologetic expression, Casanova resisted the urge to speak and merely snorted. Shichi hurriedly apologized. The fish's small eyes looked up. Ugly is ugly. You're just an animal that can't hide it. Casanova's mouth twitched and he became furious. You despicable fish, you're the ugly one. I, Casanova, am publicly recognized as handsome. The fish cried out in an exaggerated manner. The word handsome will never be associated with you in your next life. Wake up, you're ugly. Really, you're ugly when you put it together. Casanova stepped forward, wanting to say something, but he was stopped by Dao Bo, who advised, Brother Casanova, lock-breaking is more important. Ignore that fish. Casanova's chest heaved with anger, and he snorted again before looking back at the tree-shaped source box. Let's go. Lock break. Brother Casanova, are 3 people enough? Shichi asked. Casanova's tone was unpleasant. We can try. Brother Casanova, can you count me in? Tong Mi stepped forward with fervent anticipation. Casanova shook his head. You won't be able to. Although you've comprehended a domain, you're only at the entry level. You can't even protect yourself, let alone help. Then what about me? Lu Yin stepped forward and looked at Casanova. Many were astonished. Although many were amazed by Lu Yin's cultivation strength, they did not understand his lock-breaking ability. Tong Mi sneered. Brother, you're just a 2-star discerning elementary lock-breaker. The difference is too great. Just watch from the side. Casanova looked at Lu Yin with interest. 2-star discerning elementary? You're not qualified. Lu Yin stepped forward. Ability doesn't depend on information registration, but rather on ability. You can try me. Casanova shook his head. There's no need. You've only just comprehended your domain. If it was Dao Bo, I wouldn't have been able to approach that beautiful girl so stealthily. In terms of domain, you're about the same as that person who wanted to join us. Lu Yin raised a hand and the giant emperor's third eye appeared. What if I add this? Many were shocked by this lock-breaking tool and Casanova was stunned. You actually have a lock-breaking tool. Lu Yin nodded. With a lock-breaking tool and a domain, I can see many things that others cannot. Daobo looked at Casanova. I trust Lu Yin's ability. Casanova nodded. All right, you can participate, but don't drag us down. I'm warning you, I won't be responsible for saving you if you die. It's best if you flatter Mr. Jun and ask him to keep an eye on you. Lu Yin smiled. Although he did not have much lock-breaking experience, he was confident that he would not lose out to Casanova. This was because he could see things more clearly. With Sirius's domain and a lock-breaking tool, Lu Yin was confident that he could see things more clearly than Casanova. Even Mr. Jun would not have a problem staying alive. If not for the fact that he did not understand the tree-shaped source box, he would have taken action himself. Tong Mia was not satisfied and he glared hatefully at Lu Yin. He wanted to see how this person was more qualified than him. A lock-breaking tool was indeed important, but it also depended on who had it. Hold on, two-legged beasts. Lord Fish just reacted. You want to deal with that thing? The fish on Shichi's head shouted as it pointed at the tree-shaped source box. Casanova ignored it. Shichi hurriedly said, Yes, help us take a look. What are you looking at? It's useless. You can't lock-break it. Hurry up and leave. Why? Shichi asked. The others looked at the fish as well. The fish's eyes turned and it answered seriously, because this source box contains the power of an ancient predecessor. Once it's unlocked, there will be a calamity. Many were shocked. Casanova frowned. The power of an ancient predecessor was not something that an ordinary person could come into contact with. Only a boundless advanced lockbreaker could take action. High up in the sky, Mr. Jun frowned. This should not be the case. If there really was an ancient power behind this source box, then the society would not have used this source box as a training target for the youths. However, he had heard of this fish before and it could see things that ordinary people could not. Seventh bro, it's fake. I'm sure that this fish is spouting nonsense. It's definitely waiting for us to leave so that it can unlock the source box itself, the monkey said confidently. Lu Yin looked at the fish and saw the serious expressions on everyone's faces. He calmly said, There shouldn't be an ancient power behind this source box, or else the society would not have agreed to let us lock-break it. There must be a boundless advanced lock-breaker within the society who has seen this source box. Many people agreed with his words. The fish was furious. You two-legged beast, don't spout nonsense if you don't know anything. Would Lord Fish harm you? Let me tell you, that tree was planted by an ancient predecessor, so it naturally contains the power of an ancient predecessor. What do you know? Idiot. Lu Yin ignored it and looked at Casanova. You can contact the seniors within the society and ask them. Casanova nodded and was about to move. The fish was unhappy. If you want to die, then go ahead. A bunch of stupid two-legged beasts. Go, go, go. Everyone felt strange as they could tell that the fish was trying to scare them. Shichi hurriedly apologized. Casanova glared at the fish and then stepped into lock-breaking range. Daobo and Lu Yin followed suit. Shichi comforted the fish and then stepped into lock-breaking range as well. The fish glared at Lu Yin as it hated this two-legged beast to the core. Not only did he have a despicable aura, but he also had a foul mouth. They activated their gadgets to record the scene and stepped into lock-breaking range. Everyone's expressions turned serious and the fish did not say anything else. Its small eyes scanned the surroundings desperately. Use your own abilities to approach the source box. Listen to my orders, Casanova said solemnly as he took the lead and walked forward. His steps were very steady and his path was almost straight. Daobo was not too far away from Casanova, and he slowly walked forward as well. Shichi's expression turned serious and her expression changed. It was completely different from before, as if she had become a different person. That fish no longer had a foul mouth, and it whispered something into her ear as they steadily walked forward. Lu Yin activated his serious art and looked at the three. At this moment, although Casanova was walking in a straight line, his rhythm was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. He was perfectly able to avoid the strange flow of energy and he was very confident as he took the lead. Chapter 360. Dao Bo circled around from time to time, but he was clearly inferior to Casanova. He had only sensed the flow when it was 3 meters away from him, but Casanova had adjusted his rhythm when it was 5 meters away. Lu Yin was more concerned about Xianxia as she seemed to be able to sense the flow even earlier than Dao Bo. She was almost at the same level as Casanova, which was probably due to that fish. Casanova looked back at Lu Yin, but Lu Yin did not wait any longer and continued forward. Tong Mir stared at Lu Yin as he rather hoped that Lu Yin would turn into a dried corpse. This was the result of overestimating one's own abilities. It was not just Tong Mir, as many others were staring at Lu Yin as well. He was the only 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker in the group, and the difference between them was too great. Fortunately, Lu Yin's performance was normal, but this did not mean anything. Many other lockbreakers had done the same thing and some were much faster than Lu Yin. However, accidents had also occurred when they were within 100 meters of the tree-shaped source box, and that was the most dangerous part. The group approached the tree-shaped source box step by step, and as they got closer the flow increased and became faster. Lu Yin could faintly see these flow speeds, but he was not worried. With his strength he could easily avoid them. The only thing that could make him serious was within 10 meters of the source box. A bright light appeared in the east as the sun rose and illuminated the earth. At this moment, Casanova was already within 100 meters of the tree-shaped source box. The 2 dried corpses in front of him were very conspicuous and horrifying. Even Casanova had to be serious at this moment, as even a moment of carelessness would result in death. There was no absolute safety in the path of lockbreaking, and even boundless advanced lockbreakers could die. This was the price of lockbreaking. The rest will depend on your abilities. If you're not confident, you can withdraw. The closer you get, the greater the danger. Be careful, Casanova reminded them once more before continuing forward. Dao Bo, Xianxia and Lu Yin did not hesitate and stepped into the 100-meter range. At this moment the flow speeds had increased significantly, and they looked like giant pythons coiling around Lu Yin. He dodged from time to time and Dao Bo and Xianxia did the same. To the onlookers, the group looked as if they had seen a ghost as they constantly moved around. It was a strange sight, but no one was surprised. This was lockbreaking and it was no different from seeing a ghost. That 2-legged beast isn't bad. It's not simple to follow us here. The fish on Xianxia's head looked at Lu Yin too. Xianxia's expression was serious, but her tone was helpless. Can you stop talking? I don't even have any friends left. With Lord Fish here, why would I need friends? That's why 2-legged beasts like you are all ants living in groups. The fish disdained. Casanova continued to walk forward, dodging from time to time. At the same time he also looked behind him, especially Lu Yin. He was very clear about Dao Bo and Xianxia's abilities, but he was very curious about Lu Yin. This person's strength was astonishing, and Casanova wondered how good he was at lockbreaking. However, to be able to follow Lu Yin all the way here and even sense the danger from the flow of star energy in advance was already quite impressive. Perhaps Lu Yin's abilities were on par with Dao Bo's. 80 meters, 70 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. The 4 of them walked slower and slower. Most of the time they even stopped at the same spot to feel their surroundings before they could move. No lockbreaker had ever been to this place before and no one knew what would happen. Mr. Jun's expression was solemn, as even he might not be able to save these people at this location. If anything happened to any of these people, it would be a huge loss for the society. Another hour passed and the group was now only 20 meters away from the tree-shaped source box. It had taken them half the night to get close to the source box, but they had yet to unlock it. Dao Bo no longer had the strength to move forward. Through his domain he could sense that the flow of star energy in front of him was strange, and he could not find a path forward. Xianxia's face was pale and the fish's eyes darted around. How troublesome. Why are there so many of them? Casanova frowned and looked back at the 3. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as there were too many of them. If they wanted to get closer they would need someone to act as bait and pull back the flow of star energy that had permeated the entire space. Only then would the others be able to get closer. This was probably Casanova's goal in finding someone to work with. Lu Yin looked at Casanova and coincidentally Casanova was looking at him as well. Which one of you has the confidence to advance? Casanova asked as he looked at the 3. Daobo looked up and glanced at Xiqi and Lu Yin. He shook his head helplessly. I'm not confident. Xiqi pursed her lips and the fish spoke up. Lord Fish is confident. Casanova looked at Lu Yin. What about you? Lu Yin nodded. I'm confident as well. The fish was unhappy. Two-legged beast, are you going against Lord Fish? Do you think you can get close to it? Dream on. Seventh bro, that fish is too cheap. Stew it. The monkey shrieked. Not too far away, Casanova looked at Lu Yin seriously. Do you know what you're saying? Lu Yin smiled. I'm very clear. I'm saying that I can get close. Casanova's eyes flashed. Tell me, which direction should I head in? Lu Yin raised a finger and pointed. 3 directions. He then pointed in 3 different directions. The fish on Xiqi's head had a strange expression. And they're all right. This two-legged beast is very strange. Could it be that he has the help of a supreme being like Lord Fish? That's impossible. Lord Fish is unique. Casanova also looked at Lu Yin in shock, as this person was even more formidable than he had imagined. Since Brother Lu and Xiqi can both advance, then I'll help you with something. Daobo was very smart and he had already guessed Casanova's intentions. He then raised a hand that vibrated, causing the star energy around him to flow faster and cause a chain reaction. Many streams of energy seemed to be attracted to him, and Casanova, Lu Yin and Xiqi all charged forward. Daobo had opened up a path for them, but he could only bring them 10 meters away from the tree-shaped source box. The flow of energy here was not something that Daobo could attract, so they were quite far away. Casanova looked at Lu Yin and Xiqi. Two-legged beast, be smart and be the bait. The fish pointed at Lu Yin with its pectoral fin, looking very arrogant. Lu Yin did not reply, but the flow of energy around him suddenly surged and surrounded him. Casanova's eyes widened. Not good. In the sky, Mr. Jun was also shaken. Be careful. Lu Yin's eyes trembled and he tilted his head to the side to easily avoid the flow of energy. His body then moved lightly, and he avoided all of the energy that had gathered around him in a radius of less than 1 meter. Every time he narrowly brushed past the energy. This scene caused Casanova's eyes to shrink. Secret sidestep? It wasn't just Casanova. Mr. Jun, Xiqi, Daobo, and even those who were watching from outside were all stunned. Tongmia was even more stunned. The secret sidestep had appeared in the Outerverse. To a lockbreaker, there were several very important aids, such as a domain, a lockbreaking tool, a technique that could aid in lockbreaking, and the secret sidestep. Among them, the secret sidestep was the most important. With the secret sidestep, one's lockbreaking safety would increase by 100 or even 1,000 times. Its value was not something that an ordinary person could imagine, and any lockbreaker who comprehended the secret sidestep would definitely become an almighty lockbreaker in the future as long as they did not die. No one would have thought that the secret sidestep that even Casanova had not been able to comprehend was now being used by a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. The shock that it brought was no less than the society's 5 greats appearing at the same time, and even Mr. Jun was shocked. Xiqi was also stunned, and above her head the fish opened its mouth, but no malicious words came out of it. Even it knew what comprehending the secret sidestep meant. Lu Yin stopped and looked around. He exhaled and looked at Casanova. This is quite troublesome. We need someone to act as bait. Both he and Casanova looked at Xiqi at the same time. There was no need to choose. Compared to Lu Yin's secret sidestep, Xiqi was the best choice to act as bait. Xiqi was helpless. All right, I'll do it. Wait, that two-legged beast. How can you use a female as bait? You're a male two-legged beast. The fish shouted as its tail wagged. Lu Yin's face immediately darkened. 7th bro, this fish is too despicable. What male and female? It's clearly male and female. The monkey shouted as if he wanted to compete with the fish. Shut up. Lu Yin barked. Xiqi hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Let me be the bait. She then stirred up her star energy, causing the flow of energy within a 20-meter radius to speed up and flow towards her. This was one of the lockbreaker's rules. When working together, whoever was weaker would be the bait. This was an unspoken rule. As the energy flowed towards Xiqi, the fish immediately let out a strange cry and whispered into her ear. Xiqi hurriedly moved and retreated. Meanwhile, Casanova and Lu Yin quickly rushed towards the tree-shaped source box. Their speeds were about the same and Casanova no longer underestimated Lu Yin. Lu Yin's secret sidestep allowed him to rival or even surpass him in terms of self-preservation. The two quickly advanced another 10 meters, and they were only 10 meters away from the tree-shaped source box. At this point, neither would give way to the other, and Casanova did not expect Lu Yin to act as bait for him. It all depended on one's own ability. There were more energy flows in the middle of a 10-meter distance than anywhere else, but Lu Yin had the secret sidestep and could rush over. However, rushing over was one thing and whether or not he could unlock the source box was another. He was not confident that he could succeed. The tree-shaped source box was clearly something that could only be unlocked by a perceptive intermediate, which was why Master Wuxia had told Lu Yin to let him experience it. He had not expected Lu Yin to not only experience it but also touch it. He looked at Casanova and hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether or not he should rush over. At that moment, Casanova pulled out a pair of cool sunglasses from his cosmic ring and put them on. He looked up at Lu Yin and smiled proudly before rushing towards the tree-shaped source box. Lu Yin was stunned. Was that also a lock-breaking tool? Damn, what a cool lock-breaking tool. Seventh bro, your limelight has obviously been suppressed. Go go. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin frowned but he did not hesitate any longer. They had already come this far, so was he really going to just watch Casanova unlock the source box? Although Casanova would definitely reward them if they succeeded in unlocking the source box, this was not what Lu Yin wanted. Under everyone's watchful eyes, one of them wore a pair of sunglasses and used a cool footwork to rush towards the tree-shaped source box. The other used the secret sidestep and was like a fish swimming in the sea as he quickly rushed over. The two reached the source box at almost the same time and even reached out to press their hands against it. Suddenly, a complex world of star energy appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes. The sealed star energy of the tree-shaped source box far exceeded that of any source box he had ever seen before, and he almost fainted from the shock. Don't force yourself. A perceptive intermediate source box is on a completely different level from a discerning elementary source box. With your experience you won't be able to unlock it, Casanova said proudly. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.